Peace, peace, peace. What's happening, peeps? We meet again. Tonight, we're gonna go and go on a little surfing thing. We're gonna have a look at the so-called critiques that people make about Islam, and we're gonna see whether their alleged critiques are justified. Good evening, sir. Good evening. So yeah, today what we're gonna do is we're gonna see whether the alleged critiques that people make about Islam are justified, or whether they are in fact from the Quran or have anything to do with what the Quran teaches. Now, I've been watching some of what's that guy called? Apostate Prophet. I've been watching some of his videos, some of his so-called critiques, and rather than me tell you guys what I think of it, I thought maybe we'd watch it together and see whether his so-called critiques are justified according to the Quran. Now, let's look at some of his videos. Wait, hold on, someone's telling me something. Do you give advance notice of these live streams? If not, you should. Bro, I know I should, but the problem is I don't really know when I've got the time to do one. So it's very spontaneous because, to be honest with you, I don't really know when I've got the time to do one, and when I'm by myself and that. So that's that really. I'll have to work something out one day, but until then, we'll just have to be all spontaneous about it, I guess. Darth Vader, peace, peace. How you doing, bro? So yeah, let me look at some of this guy, this so-called apostate prophet. The problem with these guys, though, is they get paid from their viewers. You know, they get sponsors and all of that, and they get some sort of a fame. So, how much honesty you can get from these people is another matter. All right. All right. Let's see some of his shits. All right, can y'all hear me? Before I play this, I want to make sure you guys can hear me, because obviously
set out with
moment. Because obviously we're gonna critique his so-called critique. So can y'all hear me? Can you guys see the video? So let's start with his first so-called critique.
With 150 riders from Al-Ahmas.
Get out of here.
Hi everyone and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope you're having a great day. The Kaaba is the most well-known symbol of Islam. And when we speak of the Kaaba, we are speaking specifically of this thing here that is clothed in black. With some golden decorations and a lot of people surrounding it. What is not really known is that the Kaaba in Mecca, toward which all Muslims pray, is not so unique. Other such cubes existed before Islam and also during the appearance, after the appearance of Islam. I want to talk about that today, and I want to talk about one specific other Kaaba known as Dhul Khalasa. A series of authentic reports, well, Islamically authentic reports, tell us that during his final years, Muhammad tasked one of his...
All right. All right, the so-called Kaaba. All right, cool. The so-called Kaaba, that's his first critique. Now, what we can do is we can look at the Quran. We can see the we can see the occurrence of the word Kaaba, and we can see what the Quran means when it talks about this so-called quote-unquote Kaaba. It's that simple. Then we can then identify whether this individual is talking about the Kaaba as per the Quran, or is talking about the Kaaba as per elsewhere. We need to make this difference. Even if you are Sunni listening to this, the reason we need to make this difference is because surely you would not want the Quran misrepresented. And yeah, you would not want the Quran misrepresented, lied about, disrespected because of something that's not in the Quran. At least if someone is going to quote unquote critique the Quran, then let it be because of something the Quran talks about, not because of something you found elsewhere. Now, if someone wants to criticize the Sunnah, then let it be so. Like, make the difference. If you're going to critique the Quran, make that evident. If you're going to critique the Sunnah, make that evident. What I don't like is all of these so-called critiques that is aimed at the hadiths, and yet the Quran gets rejected and misrepresented because of what's found in the hadith. Why would you want that? Why would anyone want that? I don't understand. So with that said, let's separate the two, please. So when we talk about the Kaaba, as per the Quran, we can look up the occurrence of the word Kaaba in the Quran. So we can start with, in fact, we can start with chapter 5, verse 6. We can start with that. So if we go to chapter 5, verse 6, you will see that when it talks about all those who believe, when you stand up for salah, then wash your faces, your hands to your elbows, and wipe your heads and your feet to your ankles, to the ankles, sorry. So when we look at ankles here, and when we look at the Arabic, it says al-Ka'bayn. Al-Ka'bayn is translated as the ankles. Al-Ka'bayn comes from the root word Ka'aba. Kaaba. So in this verse, it is translated as ankles. The word Kaaba, the root word Kaaba, occurs in the Quran a total of 4 times. This is one of them. So this one is translated as ankles. Now, if we look at the root word, we get cube, we get glory, we get ankle, and we get to become prominent, and we get splendid. Now, prominent, splendid, somewhat of a synonym. Glory as well, somewhat of a synonym. So what stands out here is ankle and cube. Now, ankle, you could say, is prominent when it comes to your feet because it stands out. It's very, very prominent. So cube is really the only thing that completely stands out from the definitions of the root word. However, so if we look at chapter 5, verse 6, the word is translated as ankles. The other occurrence of the word is found in 595. So in 595, we are told, all those who believed, do not kill game animals, while you are sanctioned. Hurumun means sanctioned. And whoever killed it among you intentionally, then he shall, as compensation, similar to what he killed of the cattle, judging in it 2 possessors of justice among you. So what we have here is a rule, a command to basically not kill, not hunt while you are sanctioned. So there's a certain period when there is a sanction. During that period, thou shalt not hunt. However, if you do, then you should give as a compensation from your cattle, similar to what you killed. Judging in it are 2 possessors of justice. So 2 just men are going to judge what you have given as compensation, which you claim is similar to what you have killed. So here's the crux now. هديا بالغ الكعبة. هديا بالغ الكعبة. Yeah, هديا بالغ الكعبة. It is translated here as offering reaching the Kaaba. So the Kaaba has been left as untranslated. And what they have said for Hadyan and Baligha is offering reaching. Now there's a problem with that. There's an obvious problem with that translation. And that is, let's say for argument's sake, we accept offering reaching the Kaaba. The problem with that is, just before that, we were told that there would be 2 just men that would be judging what that would be judging what you have given as compensation that you claim is similar to what you killed. So how do we go from there to quote unquote offering reaching the Kaaba? Because they would not be necessary if we're simply talking about offering, whatever that means, reaching the Kaaba being a particular place. What are the 2 just men for? If it's simply about offering reaching the Kaaba, are the 2 just men required to take the offering to the Kaaba? What are the 2 just men for? And why has Kaaba been left untranslated? And furthermore, what has this Kaaba, according to this verse, got to do with what is called the Kaaba today? Because the Kaaba today is not some place where you take offerings of animals to. That's not what the Kaaba is used for today. So it has nothing to do with this verse, does it? But that aside, the translation itself is not possible, because how do you go from 2 just men judging what you brought as compensation to offering reaching the Kaaba? How does one follow the other? Now we're gonna okay. The word translated as offering is hadyan. Hadyan coming from the root word huda, the same root word as guidance. How did guidance become offering? Now, baligha can be reaching, delivering, reaching, towards, it can be all of that. Now, alternatively, actually, before we go to the alternative, because I don't want anyone thinking that I've got any opinions here, we'll continue reading this. So, as an offering reaching the Kaaba, or an expiation feeding poor people. Now, if this Kaaba, so now watch this, as an offering reaching the Kaaba, or an expiation feeding poor people. So what's happening at the Kaaba then? I thought we were feeding poor people at Kaaba, but now offering reaching the Kaaba and feeding poor people are two different things. So what is this offering reaching the Kaaba? That's if we take this translation, that is. Or equivalent of that in Siyam. Siyam, we've already discussed that many times. We're not going to get bogged down by it now. So that he may taste the consequence of his decision. So that he may taste the consequence of his decision. So this is a punishment of some kind. So the Kaaba, according to this verse, is a punishment of some kind. So this is far from the celebrated Kaaba of today. Because the Kaaba, according to this verse, if we accept this translation of quote unquote offering reaching the Kaaba, it's so that he may taste the consequence of his decision. So this is a punishment. This is a punishment. This is not the celebrated Kaaba of today. Okay, so that he may taste the consequence of his decision, pardon God of what has passed, but whoever returned, then God will avenge from him, and God is almighty, possessor of retribution. So, according to this verse, offering reaching the Kaaba, even if we accept that translation, it is a place that, that is associated with punishment, according to this verse. It is not associated with the celebration that goes on today. So we're going to look at the others now. So if we look at, all right, the other one is 597. God made the Kaaba, the Bayt, sanctioned, Qiyaman, for the people. So not for the Muslims, but for the people. So this is very much like the Hajj. The Hajj is for the people, not for the Muslims. And this, the Kaaba, the house, the sacred, meaning the sanctioned, the prohibitions, haram. Qiyaman, a source of maintenance. Qiyaman for the people, linnas. And the months sanctioned. Well, hadyan, and the offerings, the animals, and the garlands. That is so that you may know that God knows what is in the heavens and what is in the earth, and that God is in everything omniscient. Now we're going to come back to starting from 594 to 597 and read the whole context to basically eliminate all of the claims and narrow down the only meaning that it can have. But we're going to go to the last one for the time being. So 7833 is the last one, or Kawaib, and splendid companions. So, and splendid companions, perfectly matched. 7833, Wakawaib. So, in two places the word Kaaba, the root word Kaaba, has been translated as either ankles or splendid. You could say both of them, you could say prominent. However, in 595 and 597, it has been left untranslated. It's been left as though it's a name, the Kaaba, as though it's a title of a place. Now, if we go back to 595, starting from 594, we will get the entire context, and then we can narrow down what Kaaba can mean here. So, all those who believed, surely will test you God with a matter of game that your hands reach and your spears, that God may make known, distinguish God who fears him in the unseen, and whoever transgressed after that, then for him is a painful punishment. So God is basically saying that he will test them with the matter of the animals that they hunt, so that God will see who observes him and who doesn't, in other words. So this is specifically about hunting. And then we go to 595. All those who believe, do not kill game while you are sanctioned, while you are prohibited, if you like. And whoever killed it among you intentionally, then he shall give as compensation similar to what he killed of the cattle that he's got. Judging in it are two possessors of justice among you. And then we have Hudyan Baligh al-Kaaba. Now, Hudyan Baligh al-Kaaba, we've considered the official translation. Now what we're going to do is we're going to consider the consistent translation. So now Hudyan comes from the root word Huda, basically same root word as Huda, which is guidance. Now another word for guidance is direction. It's directing. So directing, baligh, where they translate it as reaching, can be toward. So directing toward the Kaaba, the prominent. So directing toward the prominent. Now the reason I say directing toward the prominent is very simple. It's because before that you have two possessors of justice that are doing the judging. They are going to judge what you have given as a compensation, which you claim is similar to that which you have killed. The way they judge it is by directing towards what is prominent of the animal that you have offered as compensation. That is how they judge it. And then it says, or an expiation of feeding poor people. Meaning, if you cannot get those two just men, blah, 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 then you go and feed poor people. And poor people, not one or two persons here, it's plural. That's the key point. So either two just men judge it by directing towards what's prominent of the animal that you have given, or you go and as an expiation feed poor people, or equivalent of that in Siyam. Siyam basically just means to withdraw and engage with the Quran so that you learn where you have gone wrong, so that he may taste the consequence of his decision. Pardon God what passed it before, but whoever returned, then God will avenge from him, and God is almighty possessor of retribution. Now, if you read the next verse, it was made lawful for you game of the sea and its food as provision for you and for the travelers, and it was prohibited on you animals on the land as long as you remain sanctioned, huruman, sanctioned, prohibited, and observe God, the one to him you will all be summoned. So this is all about hunting rules. So you can hunt, you can basically fish as much as you like. There is no prohibitions when it comes to fishing. However, when it comes to hunting on land, there are prohibitions for a certain period. as it says, for as long as you remain huramun, sanctioned, prohibited. So there's a certain period when you cannot go and hunt. So you're supposed to observe those hunting laws. So how do we go from observing hunting laws to a cube somewhere? How do we go from observing hunting laws, and if you haven't, then you give in compensation something similar, to just men come and judge those things, and then you jump to offering reaching the Kaaba? How do you do that? What's it got to do with what we've been reading? Absolutely nothing. So I'm gonna send you guys the link in a minute. Yeah. So 597, the last one. So God made the Kaaba, the prominent. The prominent. Obviously, everything that whatever you give to claim as your evidence will have something prominent about it. The prominent. Al-Bayt. Al-Bayt in the Quran does not mean the house. In fact, it means the institution or the structured plan, if you like. And we'll go into that later. The house, the sanction. So proves my point. There is a sanctioned institution. It's a sanctioned structured plan. A source of maintenance for the people, because this is something people are supposed to observe, because it's just about justice. Yeah. For the people. And the months, these are the months that they have prohibitions. The sanctioned months, well, huda, offerings, they like to say, but it's guidance. And the garlands. So that is so that you may know that God knows what is in the heavens and what is in the earth, and that God is in everything omniscient. So to cut a long story short, starting from 594 to 597, you can read it yourselves. It is about hunting laws. There's a certain period where they have prohibitions when it comes to hunting animals on land, presumably to do with their preservation. So how you go from that to a cube, I'll leave. You tell me. That's it. Actually, there is no more Kaaba in the Quran. We've read all of them. So 3 of them are all in chapter 5, and the last one is in, where was it? 78:33. So 3 of them in chapter 5, and the last one in 78:33. And at no point can you really come to the conclusion of this must mean a cube of some kind. It's not possible according to the Quran. So apostate prophet has basically assumed that he's talking about Islam as per the Quran, but he's not. Now I'm gonna send you guys the link. Did you guys even hear me? Because no one's texting nothing. Oh shit, there. Yeah, where is it? You guys hear me, yeah? All right, the link's there. Jump on. The definition of shirk. That's a great question you asked, my bro. Great question you asked. Yeah, guys, the link is there. Jump on, please. The definition of shirk according to the Quran. Well, it's very simple. Let's start from the last community, the Prophet's community. The Prophet's community, who were called Mushrikeen, what did they do for them to be called Mushrikeen? Now, there is this huge assumption out there that what they did was somehow basically bow down and prostrate to other gods of some kind. But that is not the case according to the Quran at all. According to the Quran, what they've done is two things. One, they've made claims about God without warrant. The claims they've made being that the angels of God are females. Now, they had no warrant for that claim. However, they claimed so indeed. Peace, peace, peace.
Peace, my brother.
Peace, my bro. How are you?
I'm all right. Sorry it's loud. I'm at work.
No worries, no worries. Say your piece.
Salam, everyone. Give me a second.
So
I'm
going
going to
back
run
to it.
outside. Give me 1 second. I'm going to run
No worries.
outside where I can talk freely.
No worries, my bro. All right, so going back quickly to the Mushrikeen, and let's say Mecca, for argument's sake, what they did was A, they would make claims about God without warrant, namely that God's angels are females. Not that God's angels being females is the problem, but it's the fact that they have no warrant to claim so. It's a lie, and it's also because they weren't too happy when they had daughters themselves. So they didn't think much of daughters and women. However, they had no qualms in attributing it to God. But the bottom line is they had no warrant to be making claims like that. So that's one of the things they done. The other thing they done is, if you guys go to chapter 6, 150, you will find it there. And what 150 tells us, and also what the claims that the Mushrikeen have made about God without warrant tells us, including 150, is that this applies to literally all religions. This applies to all religions. All religions are shirk, because they all make claims about God without warrant, and they all do what it says in chapter 6, 150. So I'll read it for you guys. So say, bring forward your witness, those who testify that God prohibited this. Then if they testified, then do not testify with them, and do not follow the desires of those who denied our signs, and those who do not believe in the hereafter. And they, with their Lord, they ascribe equals. So they make random. Oh shit! I'm cutting out. Am I cutting out? Yo. Peace.
Yes, you're breaking up.
Am I still breaking up?
Much better now.
If I'm breaking up, you sure?
Yes,
I was
much
gonna
better.
say you take over.
Nah, it's much better now.
All right, cool. So let me just repeat what I was saying. So if you read 150, they basically made random prohibitions without warrant. So number one, they made random claims without warrant, and number two, they made random prohibitions without warrant. Chapter 6, 150. And that is what Allah calls mushrik. That is what Allah says. Says they ascribe equals. Because only God has the right to dictate what his commands are. No one else. So this applies to all organized religions. So shirk is basically anyone that talks about God without warrant or makes prohibitions in the name of God without warrant is committing shirk. Oh yeah, obey God. Hey, bro, obey God. Yo, do me a favor, bro. Yo. Oh, he jumped up. I kill him now. What the hell is happening with this shit? Yo, peace. Can you hear me? Let me know, Nick. Can you hear me? Yo.
Yeah, it booted
Come
me
off
out.
mute, bro.
It booted me out.
Don't worry. Yeah. Stay off mute. Don't mute.
Okay.
Don't mute because it messes up my mic. I don't know why.
Okay.
So let me just all right, hold on. Is it still breaking up?
Oh, you good right now?
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me just summarize it again. So what I was saying is simply, if you consider what the mushrikeen done, namely making claims about God without warrant, and secondly, as it says in chapter 6, 150, make prohibitions and attribute them to God without warrant, that is what is classed as shirk according to the Quran.
Right.
So shirk basically applies to all religions. In fact, applies to anybody that speaks in the name of God without warrant. Damn it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So this is why we have the Quran. God speaks about God, not any man.
Did you see my well, it's about 10, 20 minutes ago I posted a comment on one of your other videos. I'm going to put it in this chat. It's about how you were talking about the Al-Fatiha and how we should, that's not for us to say. I just voiced an opinion. Could Allah be saying in the Quran?
Come close or something, bro. You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
I was saying, could Allah be saying that when he utters the statement, that is the book, and it is guidance sure without doubt? He's talking about not only just the Quran, but he's talking about the truth itself, because in the Quran he actually says God is the truth.
Yeah.
And so when you're asking, show me the straight path, show me the guidance, give me the guidance, you're asking him for the truth. And he's telling you, I'm the truth. That's the book. It's me. I'm the book. I'm the law.
Actually,
I'm
that is a great response, my bro. That is a great angle. Makes total sense. Continue.
Yeah, how I interpret the Al-Fatiha. And then that next statement, which is Surah 2, he's saying, I'm the truth, I'm the way, kind of similar to what the Bible kind of reports that Jesus said, I'm the path. You want the straight path, I'm the path. That means that adds into what you were saying about shirk, which is don't seek nothing else. What are you looking for something else to guide you? I'm the path. I'm the truth. So my message is the messenger that brought you the truth. It brought you me.
I totally hear you.
So you're seeking me, and I gave you my messenger, speaking in my name, telling you my truth.
Beautiful,
Alhamdulillah.
beautiful. I couldn't put it better, my bro.
We make it so complicated because we actually act out. I'm not talking about us, but I'm talking about mankind. We act out that verse in Surah 6, I think it's ayat 111 through 113, where um, he says, shall I seek other than God as a source of law when he's revealed to you this book fully detailed? And he explains why. He says we permitted every prophet, human and jinn devils, to inspire in each other fancy words. And he explains why he inspired them, so that they can deceive each other and expose what their real conviction is. Say, shall I seek other than God as a source of law? So we need another law. We didn't like um, strictly how he said it. So we need to get a hadith to tell us how to do it. We need a Talmud to tell us what to do. We need a scholar to tell us what to do. We need a rabbi, a sheikh, you know, instead of
I
just
tell you,
letting God. Go ahead.
let me tell you the angle that I've been wondering about lately. I mean, the Sunnis is, the Sunnis and the Shias. I gave up. There's nothing you can say. So I give up on that one. But what I've been wondering about is the Christians and the Jews. Because how do you read the Quran? If you come from a Bible background, how do you read the Quran and not see that it's the same source? In fact, it's just a cleaner, a better version of the Bible.
Well, in my debates on Facebook, the argument I always get is that book just copied the Bible.
But what would be the point?
Exactly. That's my argument. What's the point in copying a book? And even if he did copy it, what's your problem with following it? If you think it's a copy and you follow it and love it so much, why can't you follow it?
I don't understand. It really confuses me. It really confuses me.
Because you're having a baseless argument and saying, "Oh, that book copied it, copied the Bible." So then now you got two books saying the same thing. What's the problem?
What's the problem exactly?
Salamun alaikum. Do you hear me okay?
Wa alaikum assalam.
Peace, Moses.
Right. I think the same argument, for the sake of playing the devil's advocate, could be made by the Baha'is. They could say, our Kitab-e-Muqaddas is a better version of the Quran, follows the same sort of language, so why don't you guys follow that instead?
But no problem. How do you better the Quran?
What do you mean by better? Because I'm not trying to get swept up by emotion, but what do you mean by
The
better?
Quran answers your question, though. The Quran
I
answers your
don't know
question.
how you can improve on the Quran.
See, the Quran answers your question when it said, "Shall I seek other than God as a source of law?" Now, did that other book come from God?
No, wait. There's even another one. There's one where he's told to say, speaking about the Torah and the Quran, he says, and the messenger's told to say, if you have any other guidance better than these two, then bring it,
Exactly.
and I will follow it. So,
And the key word he said was from God. He said from Allah.
Yeah, from Allah. Yes, well said. Yes, from Allah. Well, it would have to be if it would be better than this. A human being couldn't do better than this. So you know what? Go ahead. Let's look at some Baha'i shit. I know for sure the Quran cannot be improved on.
You'll still have to define your standards by. So it's one thing saying there is the law, there is the rules. You could say, I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. Right?
Yeah.
You could say that a book that came later that clearly outlaws slavery, that clearly outlaws some of the things that weren't called out explicitly by the Quran, and hence the law as presented by that is better than what came before. So I could see how some arguments could be made, like the ones that you have just made about the Torah or the Injil.
But you're presuming that the Quran doesn't outlaw slavery, but it does.
Exactly.
It doesn't do it explicitly enough. And I've read enough of it to know that if we are being honest to ourselves, we can't say it explicitly rules it out. It
Okay,
gives
when
us
you
a direction, but doesn't say don't make slaves.
It
okay,
says
one moment,
you can't
one moment,
inherit somebody
one,
against their
one
will.
second. One minute, obeys God. Give me 1 minute, 1 moment. Okay. When he speaks about prisoners of war, that it's clearly laid out that you can only hold them to ransom until the war lays down its burdens.
Hmm.
Okay, number one, and you will find that throughout the Quran there is uh, plenty of recommendations to freedom even before the war lays down its burdens. Do you see me?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's prisoner of war aspect. Now, in terms of money, you're advised to basically, if someone can't afford to pay back a loan or whatever, then you're told to forgive them. You're something number one, you're told to give them some time, and if not, to forgive them. So that's when it comes to finance, and when it comes to dealing with each other economically, you're told to trade equitably. So, on from when are you going to acquire this slave, considering that being the conditions?
I'm, again, just reminding people who might be hearing me now, playing the devil's advocate. Um, I would still argue on their behalf that the book could have clearly said you are not allowed to keep slaves. So, yes, the behavior that's being promoted is to let them go, to not make free people slaves, to not encroach on them, and to free them and do all those sorts of nice things with them. But the
But it does.
prohibition explicitly is not there in the text.
It
We
it,
can
it,
read
it,
it
But
that
that
way.
it is.
assumes
It
1 minute, 1 minute.
it
That assumes it's necessary. Like, this is not a children's book. So why assume it's necessary, considering it's laid down all of those things?
Sure,
and
the
it actually
argument that the
it actually outlines it because it does talk about do not force a woman to prostitute her body against her will. So
Yeah,
that's a form of slavery. So it's basically prohibiting you acquiring somebody against their will to do anything.
not only that, even your wife, if you divorce her, you can't hold her back and stuff like that. So, like, I'm just trying to understand, according to the Quran, I accept it doesn't explicitly say slavery is quote unquote forbidden, but I maintain this is a book for adults, not children. Why would adults assume that that's necessary?
oh, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm guessing that the argument that could be used against you, as in why don't the Christians just read it and realize this is better, can apply to us as well. Because say we read a constitution, say that has been devised according to the Quranic Islamic principles, right? So everybody's allowed to be free. You can have freedom of thought. You're allowed to trade. You should have peace. We should all strive towards betterment of the society. And if you do have wars, you are explicitly told in there not to make slaves and all the sort of Quranic things. Somebody could make the argument saying, well, if you've got all of these things that are already better and more clearly articulated, why do we need to keep going back to something else? So this is what other people might say to your argument, isn't when you read it, why don't you just
Sorry,
realize it?
sorry, go back to something else. What do you mean?
As in, if you've got a better version of the same principles, why would you want to keep insisting on a book that's 1400 years old?
But how would you be better?
Because we can today devise constitutions, ways of living, based on those same principles, but more clearly articulated. No?
But clearly articulated. What do you mean? How?
For example, the concept of slavery. You and I agree it's not clearly disallowed, though everything is setting us up on the trajectory for making sure no slaves are being kept. It doesn't explicitly rule that out. Modern constitutions, on the other hand, clearly say that you are not to do these certain things when there is a war.
But why is it necessary? I
A
still don't
worker, a
understand
worker
why
is
it's
a
necessary.
worker is a slave. Do you realize that a
Should it be
worker?
written in capital as well? Like, we might as
I'm
well, we might
I'm
as
a
well say it should
worker.
be written in capitals.
I'm a
I don't think
worker.
Yeah,
I'm
you
a
go.
worker at my job, and I'm a slave to my master, who requires me to be at my job at a certain time. He's compensating me for it. And in the story of Musa, he talks about, um, how he offered his daughters to him if he stayed there for a while. He was being a slave to him to work for him and care for his farm. And in compensation, he gave him one of his daughters. We're to be compensated for whatever we do. It's still a form of slavery to be a worker.
I think the issue is what happens is especially in this century, this generation that we are in a hyper emotive generation. If you really pay attention, a lot of the arguments are very manipulative. They're very emotionally charged arguments. Like, for instance, when you hear the word clearly as outlaw slavery, people get certain images of, the historical slavery that we have been introduced to. So that emotion then says, yes, we need a clear cut statement to say this should not be done, etc., etc. So it is all coming from an emotional uh, perspective. But if we think about this rationally for a moment, if we just think about this rationally for a moment, we are talking about a book that number one, the main thing of this message is to warn us about the day of judgment. The idea of day of judgment and slavery is quite amazing. Like,
Yeah, I
imagine.
guess I'm really playing the devil's advocate for. I
I
think
know you're playing
it's
the devil's advocate. I
Ali
know. I
Mohammed
want you
asked
to
that
do that.
question.
Huh?
But to summarize
Wait.
my position, and I'll move away from that, is how you said, how can Christians or Jews read the Quran and then still not recognize it's from the same and not accept it, right? So what I was saying is they could say the same thing. When you read today's constitutions or Baha'i book, which talks about the same sort of things, why don't you accept them instead of the Quran? So that was my main argument.
But the
So
problem is, if let's say, for example, this Baha'i stuff is talking about the same sort of things like the Quran. If it's talking about the same sort of things like the Quran, and it's not an improvement on the Quran, it's useless. It's redundant. See, I maintain that the Quran is better than the Bible, and that's actually demonstrable.
if something is dumbed down, so there's not even the room for interpretation, wouldn't that be better? To give you an example, esteemed scholars in the Banu Abbasiyya and Banu Umayyah period did translate terms like "ma malakat aymanukum" to justify slavery. So they could use mental gymnastics to retranslate some of those key terms to serve the political ends. But now, if we have documents that are so clear against such a practice to completely outlaw it, wouldn't you argue that would be a better version of at least that one command?
Not at all, because again, I don't think you're considering the sort of tools that the Quran uses. So let's say, for instance, someone like the people you refer to as esteemed scholars, etc., wanted to translate certain words as they wish. The issue with that is the Quran is a very, very consistent book. Like, the entire theme of the Quran is very consistent. So if you play with a particular word, which they have done in all of these translations, "Ma malakat aymanukum" is translated as right hand possession, which gives the people the idea of slavery. But if one actually reads the Quran carefully and diligently, you can clearly see, even with that translation, all you have to do is look at the occurrences of that term and the contexts surrounding that term, and consider basically the females that partake in this theme of the Quran. So you can easily conclude who the particular people in question are. It's not like translating a particular word does not harm the Quran at all. I mean, they've done that with Salah, they've done that with Kaaba, they've done that with Hajj, they've done that with Ramadan, they've done that with Psalm, They've done that with everything in the Quran, and yet people still get the truth. People still get to the truth because of the Quran alone.
I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is that the Christians and Jews, in regards to your original question, might just say, we read the Quran, we find the similar, and this is what I think Obeys God said as well. We find the same sort of things. Now, we can say they're copied or whatever, but if it's the same thing, why do we need to leave our books to follow another book? Just like we wouldn't want to give up the Quran to follow the today's constitution.
The issue is the Quran is better than the Bible, demonstrably better. That's the issue. So it's like looking at an upgrade of something that they've got, and they're acting stush.
Yeah, and this is where I think we're all in agreement, but not quite on semantics. So my point again was, if you today make up a constitution that, say on slavery, clearly says, when you have a war, you are not allowed to make slaves. Now that is so clear that nobody can even try and mistranslate it for hundreds of years. It's just not going to happen. Now that would be an improvement, if I'm being honest to myself, an improvement over something that's not clearly articulated in the Quran. So I'm not saying the book is worse off, because it is the source for setting off that trajectory where we are on, but to say that you can't have a better explanation of something outside of it, yeah, I don't quite know where I stand on that, but I don't think that's quite true every time.
May I respond?
Go for it.
The Quran actually answers your question. He said, had I made it plain, they would have rejected. Had I sent a miracle, they would have looked at it and said, my eyes are stunned. What am I looking at? Because people don't want to just, like I iterated about Surah 6, 111 through 113, people don't want to just have one source. And so God permitted them to have all these different opinions and all these different sources to expose what's really in their hearts, which is, I don't want monotheism. I need something else. I need something material to cling to worship. And we're not even supposed to worship God. Whoa, what am I saying here? God doesn't want us to worship him. He wants us to serve him. And how do you serve God? You serve God through your deeds, your actions, your acts of righteousness, your charity, your kind heart, your kind words. That's how we serve God. The rest of the creation serves. We're the only species on this planet that got a problem with obedience to the nature. And I don't think it's just because of free will, because I went to a zoo and I watched a gorilla make faces and do human gestures, and he understood what he was doing. He stood there at a pose for someone taking a picture. As soon as they got ready to snap it, he watched them and he turned his body away, say, nope, you're not taking a picture. So he understood he had a free will to choose to make that decision to turn away. So I think it's just our free will. We misinterpret that as a free choice to say and feel and believe how we want to believe. And like I said earlier, God said he's the truth. And so we don't want to just accept God as the truth. We want something else besides God. Give me another recital besides this and I'll follow it.
Well, speaking of that, I want to go back to this insistence that spelling out no slavery somehow would make the Quran better.
Slavery, yeah?
1 minute, hold on. By the way,
one
Abu
thing.
Hamdan. Who is this Abu Hamdan?
IMG, I think.
My name like 10 times.
Is that ING?
Yeah.
What's happening, big man?
So man, listen this slavery thing. Yeah, Moses, we could just say back to them like the fact that it's not explicitly forbidden in the Quran is actually works in it's like a point in favor of the Quran, because if it had been explicitly forbidden, don't you think we would have ended up in the same situation as African Americans did?
Come closer to the mic, man. You're good.
Yeah.
When slavery was like directly abolished in the USA, the Arabs would have been in the same state as the African Americans were 100 years ago.
Oh, I've got answers better than that as well. I was just playing devil's advocate to have something for Maverick to talk against.
Well, I really want to go back to that, because You
Go
see
ahead.
this whole thing about explicitly stating in the Quran no slavery, quote unquote, no slavery, is really, really unfair. The reason it's unfair is because that is dictating to God human terms. Because this slavery thing was something that human beings created. Human beings made this up. Oh, you see that guy? Yeah, let's catch him and let's make him work for us. This is something that human beings made. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Now, Allah would have to respond to that. That is what people are asking. The people are asking for God to respond to the stuff that they have made up. Now, rather than respond to what the stuff that people have made up, the first thing that we've got to please understand is that this message is sent to thinking adults. It actually says it in the Quran. It is sent to thinking adults, not any Tom, Dick, and Harry. So, with that said, the Quran clearly lays out everything that you are prohibited from the moment of your birth till you die, including the inheritance that you leave. So, with that said, if it's giving you clear instructions how to raise a baby, how to get married, how to deal with your finances, how to deal with what's it called, your battles and your enemies and stuff like that, married, how to deal with your finances, deal with pause your stuff. I'm saying, yeah, your finances, your marriage, your battles, your wills, your treaties, everything that you can engage in. So this quote unquote slavery that you are talking about, it is just a small portion that can either fit in the financial side or the battle side. And the Quran has clearly laid out the sanctions in regards to both. So the Quran is dealing with the bigger picture of life. Slavery is just a very short. It's just a very short part that human beings have made up, like I said. But the Quran deals with the overall picture of life. So where would you fit in slavery? It wouldn't fit really, because the Quran deals with topics, the topic of marriage, the topic of children, the topic of war, the topic of finance. Slavery is not a topic, is it?
But you know what, Maverick? What they do is what color should the heifer be? How big should it be? Should it have be white or should it be red? We're asking all these little detailed questions that are irrelevant to the destruction. And I just mentioned earlier that he already outlined that you can't inherit nobody against their will by talking about the prostitute. Don't force her to go and perform sex for you. That's a form of slavery. Don't do that. So he already made it clear it's forbidden for you to inherit someone against their will. So now we want the details. What about if you're a black man and you in the jungle, can you snatch him? And no, God already said don't take nobody against their will and do your will. You can't do that. So we
Although,
don't need all small
let me
details.
welcome someone. I want to make sure it is the actual new nomad. What's happening?
What's happening, blood? How you doing?
Is that really new nomad?
Yeah, cuzzy, it's me.
Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the
How you
panel.
doing, cuzzy? You good?
So good. It's all good. What are you telling me? You good?
I'm good, man. Can't complain, can't complain. But I got beef with you, bro.
So. The beef is
What's
on.
the what's the Malay makla? I'm sorry. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Okay. First of all, Alhamdulillah, I saw you in the chats of Free Somali Minds, but I was
Yeah.
wondering why you didn't hop on and kind of said your piece. You were never shy to say your piece. So it's an open invite for you to come on to discuss things if you like. And
I
besides
mean, we
that, I
have
had
you. We have you
huh?
here now.
Yeah, no, I know. I had a question though. I hopped on for a question. I had a question.
Please, please go through.
Okay, so the title of this stream is called not living by Islam is weird, right?
Yes.
Should it not be? Maybe I should ask the question better. What's the difference if you were to put not living by the Quran is weird? Because Islam is not just the Quran for a whole lot of people. I mean, I've heard your arguments and I've heard your reasoning and all of that. And between me and you, I much rather you, to be very honest. However, it's that intellectually honest. If you were to say to live by anything else than the Quran is weird, I would be completely on, like, I would understand where you're coming from. But you made the title not living by Islam is weird, and then what you're talking about in the stream is nothing but Quran. And so I'm just saying Islam, for a huge majority of Muslims, quote unquote, does not just mean the Quran. So how do you reconcile that? Does that make
Okay.
sense? I don't know if I'm making sense. But
No, you are making sense. But
right.
let me explain where we are coming from, those that follow the Quran.
Okay.
The thing is, the term Islam and the term Muslim were both introduced to us by the Quran. So, since the term Islam and the term Muslim is introduced to us by the Quran will dictate the terms of what Islam is and what a Muslim is. So according to the Quran, someone mute there. Someone's got
I can
a whole
barely
lot of
hear you,
stuff going
bro.
on.
I can barely hear you.
Yes, obeys God, I think.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, all good. I can hear you.
No, you just threw him out.
Cool. So as I was saying, so the Quran dictates what Islam is, and the Quran has told us that Islam is basically the revelations, the final one of which being the Quran. That is what Islam is. So I'm not, you know me, I don't care about what people like and people's subjective opinions and right. Islam was introduced by the Quran, and the Quran has told us that Islam is what all of the revelations of God was, and it has not told us of any such thing as a hadith or sunnah. So that's that.
Okay. So I mean, I completely understand it, and I can respect dancing to your own tune. But I'm just saying, for the masses, that could be misleading. Is all I'm saying. And I'm sure you understand how that can be misleading. Because Islam, as you understand it, I mean, there's a lot of different interpretations of Islam, but the way you understand it is one amongst many other understandings. Is that not fair?
No, not at all.
It's not fair, okay.
Not
So
at
there's
all.
no other understanding of Islam than the way you understand it.
No, I don't have an understanding at all. The point is, first and foremost, I don't have any opinions. I don't preach anything about the Quran. I simply try to put spotlight on what the Quran says, and what people are saying. That's all. Now, this idea that people have different understandings, etc., that all comes from people who are people who read the Quran with assumptions, with presuppositions, with certain conclusions that they have already reached. And what all of that does is it basically works to denote the Quran, and it works to basically claim that the Quran is not clear when it tells us that it's clear over and over again. So the Quran is very clear, very objective.
Can I jump in for a bit?
Yes.
I know where you're coming from. I have a slight disagreement again in nuances, because I would say the ayat are mubin when it comes to the muhkam ayat, because that's what the book tells about itself, which is quite interesting. You've got self-references happening. So the book itself says it's made up of two parts, the muhkam part, the mother of the book, which are clear. However, on the other hand, there are the mutashabihat, which are, again, the word itself can be read two different ways. Now, this is where I genuinely believe people are forced to draw slightly similar, but not the same type of interpretations. For example, whenever we got the talk of of Jannah, what is Jannah? People would imagine it differently. All we've been given are certain symbols. Or when there's talk of the last day, the way the language in the book, God is talking about that day in the past tense. So you can have interpretations now. You can say, well, based upon how we consider time today, is this because God is outside of time, he's looking in the past for us? Or is God just using past for the future tense as in to make a rhetorical point? So I would say you could have different interpretations of those type of verses, but on the muhkam ayat, I would agree. I don't think how you can come away with what New Nomad was saying. I don't think how you can justify Islam or Muslim as a capital I and a capital M. If you read the text, I would say these are muhkam ayat. The only way to read Muslim is with a small m, Islam is with a small m. So states of being are not a proper noun.
What did you say mutashabihat can mean?
So mutashabihat can mean thing that is resembling something else. So if we have got the motif of Moses occurring in the Quran over and over and over again, or the story being told by different places in slightly different ways, so this is mutashabihah, or you got the motifs, the themes that are appearing, multiple times, or the other way.
So
the other way of
clear then.
The other way of taking that is that the words you're reading are ista'aras, or these are metaphors towards something that you used words to not give you the exact idea, but to get you towards the understanding that you can't quite grasp yet just now because you're limited. So
Okay,
the word I must read it two different ways.
Okay, the point is the word does not mean unspecific, as they like to say, or ambiguous.
Not ambiguous. No, I don't agree with that interpretation. So for me, it's something that's being repeated. So it's similar and it's being repeated, and it's shubha. We use it.
What does the word mean if it does not mean ambiguous? I'm just curious.
Mutashabihat or shabaha, or to be tashbih, to give tashbih, to make something similar, is by
Analogy.
you can use a metaphor, you can use an analogy, or if you keep repeating the same thing, you are coming at it from different angles. You're using mutashabihat, you're repeating it, but not the same thing.
Mutashabiha is an Arabic word, right?
Yes.
Does that word have other meaning than what you just explained now? Or is that the only meaning it has?
The way the traditionalists understand is they would say it means that there are certain verses that you will never understand. So they would take this to be ambiguous or unknowable. Now this is a bit that I would disagree with.
Okay, but then you're disagreeing with people that were closer to that era, right? Is that who you're disagreeing with?
Say again, New Nomad?
You're disagreeing when you say I disagree with that. You're disagreeing with these scholars or whoever they were that were closer to that era than you and I. Is that correct?
Why do you think that's a reference point?
Yeah, I don't care for the time period either.
But I'm just asking questions. That's all.
I know, but you put that forward as though that held some sort of weight.
No, I didn't. No, you're interpreting my intentions now. I'm just asking questions. Are we saying that?
I mean, what relevance does the time period hold?
If you have patience, you'll see the relevance, but you have to answer my question first.
Well, I think every era has its own zeitgeist, and I would like to think, as a human race, are becoming better century by century, every 1,000 years by 1,000 years. And I hold that there are certain verses, certain ideas we understand better now than people of 1,000 years ago did, and the same would be true for the future as well.
So people in the future might understand things better than us understanding it now.
Absolutely. So the argument I was thinking about yesterday is how God says before everything is made of water, right? Or the foundation of, or before everything, God's arsh was on water, in water. That's something that's puzzled me quite a bit, because there's no easy way to answer that using what we know of science today. Now, what was there before the Big Bang? We just don't know. So this seems to me to be referring to a period before that, where the word water is not to be taken literally. It's a mutashabih, it's an isti'ara to something we don't understand now. Who knows, 100 years from now, there might be a better theory that may help people of that time understand what the verse means today compared to our understanding.
Which verse are you talking about?
Oh, we'll have to look it up. We can look it up. It's so God made everything from water, and before everything, God's arsh was on water. So if we go on Tanzil, we can try and find all the ayats about arsh.
But can we go back to the ambiguous words?
But one moment. Yeah, going back to that verse, please. Going back to that verse, because I find that people put a lot of weight on particular words itself. However, what people are not understanding is that, number one, these words have to exist in a context, and the context will always determine what the word can only mean. Number one, and number two, we got to understand that the Quran is very it's reoccurring. So if a particular word is used in one context, it will be used in another context. Speaking of this mutashabihat, it will be used from like a different angle. So now, so for instance, if we say the word mutashabihat means ambiguous, as the traditionalists would like to say, I would simply ask them which part of the Quran is unclear. It's that simple. And they have never managed to bring anything.
Was that asked of them at that time?
Sorry?
Was this question you're asking in the 21st century asked of these traditionalists back then?
When you say back then and you say these traditionalists, you are referring to people who.
Well, you said those words. You said traditionalists.
When I say traditionalists, I'm talking about traditionalists today. See, this time period doesn't. This time period. This time
Maverick.
period. 1 minute. This time period doesn't mean much to me, because you're talking about people who came at minimum 150 years after the Prophet, so they don't hold any particular relevance at all. They came, whether if you come 150 years after the Prophet or you come 2,000 years after the Prophet, what's the difference?
Yeah. So Maverick, if you go to chapter 11, verse 7, would you say this is a clear ayah? This is about the arsh I was talking about.
I'd have to.
So for me, this is not something you would say clear, would not a muhkam ayah, but something that's mutashabihah, where you're being asked to use language to understand a concept we don't understand just yet.
No,
So Surah Hud, verse 7.
What's it? And he is the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and was his dominion over the water, that he may test you, which of you is best in deeds. But surely if you said, indeed you will be those resurrected from after the death, surely they will say, those who disbelieve not in this but a magic clear. Okay, this is pretty easy to me, to be honest with you. Because
So how do you translate sittat ayyam, and more importantly, وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ?
the translation is not going to be an issue, because let's say, for instance, you say his dominion was over the water, as it says here. His dominion was over the water. Well, his dominion is over things that are created from water, is it not?
Well, we know currently not everything is made of water. Now, there can be an argument made that living beings, because we all are made of cells, and the majority portion of cells is water, you can say all life comes from water. So that's another claim. But to say that God's arsh, now arsh literally means the throne, God's arsh was alal ma, upon the water.
Yeah.
I don't see this is clear cut. you'll have
I
to use
mean-
interpretation, which will be different for people to people.
Well, hold on. Well, God's arsh was, as in that's what he's commanded. He's commanded that his dominion would be over these things that he created of water. I mean, in this
No,
context,
it's-
especially in this context, especially after you talk about he's the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and his dominion was over the water. So this is after speaking about earth. So all living things on earth is made from water, is it not? And,
No.
Can I ask
and
you a
his
question?
dominion is
So
over it.
where, if you read from where, it's a different part
Can I
of
ask
the
you a
statement.
question real quick?
The point still remains.
No, it
Yeah, can I
says
ask
pretty
you a question
clearly.
real quick?
Yeah, you go. You go.
How are you any different than Ibn Kathir right now?
Huh?
How are you any different than the others that have written tafsirs of the Quran?
Which tafsir have I done?
No, well, you're essentially explaining to us how this verse should be seen or should be
No, but
taken. No, I'm just
first,
asking the question. Yeah.
no, I hear you, but first and foremost, I have not added a comment. So tafsir means commentary. I'm not adding a comment here. I'm simply trying to read and I'm trying to see, okay, I'm trying to apply a simple process of elimination here. Number one, is God's dominion over all living things? It is. We can't deny that his dominion is over all living things, can we? Can we?
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay, so that's number one. Now, number two, if anyone wants to tell me that there is anything else that this could possibly be referring to, I'm willing to listen, but it would have to defeat this. That's how thinking works.
So the
But
very
if I
word
can add-
arsh.
If I can add to that, though, everything is living, and everything comes from hydrogen. All the elements that exist in this creation come from hydrogen. Hydrogen divided itself into molecules to create all the rest of the elements. So, what we don't say when we say we hydroplane, we don't say we waterplane, we hydroplane. So hydrogen is the unseen gas that can lend itself into being a solid, a liquid, or a gas that causes all life. And
Wait.
that's-
On top of that, it says, in order to test you, to distinguish those among you who work righteousness. So how's that not talking about us?
I was just going to say that the Quran outlines what water is throughout the Quran to purify. It's a purifier. What is the truth? Something that purifies. It purifies the falsehood. God said earlier, when I talked about it earlier, God said He's the truth. The truth purifies us against the falsehood. So we're trying to make apples out of oranges when God already outlined what our path is. Now, I argue against you about when you said the brother when you said earlier.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
When
but
you
you're
said
cutting out.
earlier, I'm sorry. Well, you had said earlier that the information is being increased in knowledge over time. I beg to differ. We're dumbing down over time because we're not understanding what the old ancient teachings, the old ancient knowledge understood about what water is, what a tree is. These different things carry allegorical meanings, and I'm going to give y'all blockbuster. Everything is allegory. All of us, our existence is an allegory because we're symbols for something else. We're particles of it. So we're not even really what we perceive to be physical. So we're trying to seek something physical. We want God physical. We want the word physical. We want the path to be physical, and none of this is physical.
Yeah, so Obey is saying pretty much what I was saying before, Merrick, which is
I had
people
one other
will
question I
apply
wanted to add
slightly
to it.
different
The brother
understandings.
I think
You go.
Moses, was
No, but
explaining-
when you say people will apply slightly different understanding, then you're talking about people's different levels of literacy. This
Oh,
is
so
No,
it
what-
comes
different
down to
levels.
literacy for you. For you, it comes down to
Different
literacy.
levels,
of
different
literacy.
levels of.
Of literacy.
I-
Because let me tell you why, Moses. Let me tell you why. I'm gonna read 11:7 again. Please listen to this. I was going
Yeah.
to go ahead. He's the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and his domain was over the water. in order to test you, to distinguish those among you who work righteousness. Yet when you say you'll be resurrected after death, those who disbelieve will say this is clearly witchcraft. Now, that little portion of water, especially considering it literally says, in order to test you, to distinguish those among you who work righteousness, what could it have to do with other than living beings?
So why are we talking about the creation of the heavens and the earth in a certain time period, and his throne having been upon the
I
water?
hear you.
What's the relevance? Can't you hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
what's
can
the
hear you, man.
relevance? What's the relevance of the creation of all of these things and where God's throne was and what type of water with the fact that he wants us to test us? Now, what I hold still, is that there are verses like these that do not lead to just one meaning. The word yom, people will define it slightly
Moses,
differently.
no. Please deal with this verse. Before we move on, tell me why you consider this verse to be ambiguous.
وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ. So the literal translation was his arsh upon the water.
Okay, but that's
What
not
does
the
that mean?
entirety of the verse. That's not the. Do you read things like that? You don't normally read things like that, do you? Just grab 2-3 words and ignore the rest. Do you do that normally?
Well, if you read the Quran, it is a pretty common theme throughout, where we've got damair, you've got who or her that are not being referred, but you infer that there's something missing that you're meant to use your mind to make up for the ... the ellipsis in the meaning. So وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ for me is not directly relevant to the ayyukum ahsana amala part. So it's a parenthetical statement to me, and this is how I'm reading it.
No, hold
So
on,
in the
no,
same
no,
ayah,
wait, I want to follow you, please. What did you compare
Sure.
it to? What did you compare it to? You were saying something about ellipses, but really and truly, right now we're talking about 3 or 4 rows in the middle of a verse. So I don't know how that could be compared to an ellipsis of any kind. But please tell me, like, what did you compare it to?
okay, that's a so ellipsis is a different argument. Let's start from the beginning. وَهُوَ الَّذِي, and he is the one خَلَقَ السَّمَوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ, who created the samawat. And samawat to me does not mean the skies or the heavens. This is again a mutashabih word for me, where sama means high elevations or arafat. So he created them, more than 3, wal ard, and the earth, bi sittati ayyam. Now 6 ayyam, I don't read ayyam as days. These are epochs, these are periods. وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ, and his arsh, now you can go throne or dominion, again based upon how you are translating and understanding that word, you could use either or. عَلَى الْمَاءِ, upon the water. لِيَبْلُوكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا, so he could test you which one of you is better in doing good things. And it goes on from there. So my point is, even in this little part, I read out quite a few words that, depending upon, not literacy, depending upon your mental capacity, how you understand the Quran subjectively in your own mind, what you know about the science of your time, will lead you towards slightly differing tafsir of these ayahs compared to different people. So no 2 people will come away with the same understanding of this ayah ever. That's what I hold.
Why? I'm still struggling to understand why you're saying that this particular verse, just reading this particular verse, people are going to pluck out the 3 rows that you plucked out, and they're going to somehow struggle to understand that. I need to understand why.
No, you can start from the beginning.
Wait. Especially knowing this, is God's dominion over living things?
It's not being talked about in this ayah.
I'm just asking you. This is the question I'm asking you. Is God's dominion over living things?
Indeed.
Why is it?
So why didn't it just say that? Why did it say on the water? This is what we could, like, someone who's against the Quran, they could say this.
Okay, cool. It says that. So what? I mean, I want to know what other possibilities you have here.
So what?
Yeah, so what? Let's say it says on the water. So what? What problem does that bring? What confusion does
Because
it bring?
because see, like maybe someone could imagine that God has a throne or a chair or something, but then another person, like Moses said, would understand it differently. You know, his dominion, he would understand it as a dominion, and
Okay,
then
give me
it's
an
not literally
example.
on the
A
water.
throne, a throne is a dominion. There's no difference between the two.
Yeah.
A throne is a representation of your dominion.
Okay, sure. But then someone would understand it as a literal throne. Someone would understand it to be figurative.
Okay,
Someone
but
would
cool. If
understand it.
if 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 that someone understands it as a quote unquote literal throne, then they would have to be consistent with the entire Quran. So
Yeah, yeah, they do.
having read the entire Quran, they would have to conclude that
Mm.
having read the Quran, the entire Quran, it allows them to consider that God has a throne, and it
Yeah,
won't allow them to do that now, will it?
yeah.
No,
They
the
said
argument
there's
that
Hanbali
that would be hard,
paper.
Abu Hamdan. That would be hard to justify. So that's not what I hold. I hold when I read this, and this is where I was saying people would end up with different meanings that you can't prove wrong. For me, this part, وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ, is referring to a time before the Big Bang. So before he created the samawat and the earth, he says وَكَانَ and was arshuhu, and before that his arsh was upon the water. So for me this is referring to something even before Big Bang that we today in our zeitgeist with our scientific knowledge do not understand. So
Okay,
for me this is an
what is
ayah
that something?
to go and explore.
Wait, what is that something then, Moses?
We don't know at the moment. So this is what I said,
Yeah.
is in
No,
isti'ara towards something we just won't understand.
No, but you can't have something obvious and then say, oh no, it's something that we don't know. Why are you presenting something that you don't know?
The question is, why is
Because
it
it's in
obvious
the
for all the other people, Mando?
Yeah, because
No, but
it's not
how? No, but how
obvious
is
in
it
the.
not? You, if listen,
Okay,
if you're
okay, so
telling
I'm
me,
asking you,
one
what
minute,
is
one
your
minute, one minute, one second. If you're telling me it's not obvious, you have to give me something that's competitive. Like, give me something. I'm willing to consider that it could mean anything else, but give
so
me something.
I gave you my understanding.
What did you
This
give me,
is
Mo?
referring, okay, let me say that again. So for me, right, my understanding of the book as a whole, this وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ is talking about a period before he did the khalaqa, creation of the samawat and the earth, as in it's of a time period before this universe and the earth were created. So most probably before the Big Bang, based on what we understand of the creation of the universe today. And what is the ma? I don't understand. My current theory is that it's referring to the primordial element, which was one of the things that gave birth to what we know today is the Mendeleev's table of elements. I don't know for sure, but this is my interpretation,
Okay,
which is very different
all
to
right.
yours.
Okay,
So that's another
let's
interpretation.
consider that. One moment. Let's consider.
Am I going to be able to ask a question, Mav? Because you guys are just
will.
doing
Give me a
tafsir
second.
right now. So
Numad, 1 second, please, man. I wanna really get to the bottom of this. Okay, so let's consider that idea for a moment. Number one, it says right after it that we may test you. Hold on, let me go back to the question. In order to
Is he breaking up
among you.
for everybody?
yeah,
Hello,
yeah,
hello. Can you
you're
hear me?
breaking up, Mav. Yeah, you're better.
Wait a
now,
minute,
so.
can you hear me now? God damn it.
Yeah, try again.
All right, cool. It says right after it says, in order to test you, to distinguish those among you who work righteousness. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up, but I
You're
can.
breaking up, Mav.
Oh, all right. So I have two questions here. Since it says in order to test you, to distinguish those among you who work righteousness, what has that got to do with what the idea that you presented? How do you marry that with somewhat of a throne, primordial waters, etc., etc.? Hold on, that's the number one question.
Yep.
And the second question is, why would God tell us about these so-called primordial waters? What relevance does that hold to us?
Yeah, sure.
So
So number one, yeah. So number one, وَهُوَ الَّذِي for me is combining to لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ. So وَهُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ فِي سِتَّةِ أَيَّامٍ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. So He's the one who created the heavens and the earth in a time period so He could test you which one of you is better in doing good. And His arsh was upon the water. And again, it's quite a common theme in the Quran where within a statement you will have parenthetical statements that are running on a different tangent. So you got a meta, you got a story, and within the story you got a meta story, you got a meta motif, and you're looking at the this is quite a cool little device. So you would talk about something, and I was going there and I was doing this, and I was hungry, but I saw him. So they're hungry, if you just read it, doesn't quite make sense in the context, but there's a meta thing happening within that. So again,
deal with this verse, Moses, please. Deal with this verse.
Yeah, so I read this. God created the heavens and the earth so He can test us, and His arsh was before all of that on the water.
You're changing the order now. That's not
This
the
is
order.
this is very
No,
common
no.
in the
It's
Quran.
not a
That's
change.
not
This
the
is very
order in the
common.
Quran, Moses.
It is, man. It's like,
You've got parenthetical statements happening
No,
all throughout the Quran.
No. See, Moses, you can't do that, brother. You cannot change the Quran. Please, let's not do that to have an argument. It specifically says His dominion over the water, that He may test which of you is best indeed. So you cannot change the order now. The so-called arsh was done so that He may test which one of us works in righteousness. So according to you and your idea of arsh, what's that got to do with testing us and our righteousness?
Now, I could take what you have said and it wouldn't change things much for me. So if I take your idea of keeping everything with, if I don't apply a parenthesis here, I could read it the way you would prefer, which is He created the heavens and the earth
Moses,
in 6
please
days.
don't say prefer. I read it as it is. Let's not play them games, Moses.
All right, let's read it as it is, yeah? Literally. He created the earth and the heavens in a 6 days.
No, it doesn't
and
have to
his
be literal. You can take it metaphorical if you want. Moses, stop playing them games. I simply read the Quran. If you want to read it metaphorically, go for it. Just don't change the order. Like, I'm not illiterate, bro.
I'm not changing the order now. So even if I read it the way you would prefer, which is one by one, not doing parentheses, not applying your own interpretation, that's fine.
No, it would have to be justified.
Can I complete this? And then I'll let you respond.
Remarks, Moses. You keep making snarky remarks, parentheses, blah blah. It has to be justified.
Let's not use that, is what I'm saying, for now, okay? So if you read it directly like that, so He could test you which one of you does amala, does work in the best way, in the better way. I would then read it, and I have no choice because we all have our own biases. The way we apply our understanding to the text is He is telling us scientific markers of how the heaven and His throne, how the heavens were created, how the earth was created, what was the state of His dominion upon the water, because He wants to test us in terms of finding these things out through our minds.
What?
So ayyukum ahsanu amala.
Wait. Repeat that, please. He's telling us how He made things. When has He ever done that in the Quran?
All over.
Give me an example. How? The key word here is how. Now God is telling us how He made things, and He wants us to go and find out. Is that what this verse is about?
Absolutely. God says throughout the Quran, Siru fil ard, go and explore the earth.
Righteousness.
Andur ila ayati.
What's that got to do with righteousness? What's that got to do with testing us, of which of us?
Yo, Maverick, are you guys gonna keep doing this, or can I ask a question pertaining to the subject?
Nomad, you'll get your time, bro. Relax yourself, man. Why don't you?
I can.
It's been a minute, and
I can let.
Bro,
yeah, Moses, because the thing is, you're not talking about the subject at hand.
Don't piss me off, bro. Please, man. Bro.
Maverick, I can let's have the brother speak.
No, you can fuck off. Go ahead, speak, please.
I want to
get to the bottom of it, man. I want to get to the
Um,
bottom of this. This idea that the Quran is ambiguous. How? How did you come to that conclusion? How? Please tell me.
No one's saying it's ambiguous. I don't think any one of us here believes it's ambiguous.
All right.
It's
How is this verse ambiguous in any way, shape, or form?
it's not
okay.
ambiguous.
It's mutashabiha verse. So again,
How?
I said from the beginning, I don't hold mutashabiha to mean ambiguous. I mean understand mutashabiha to be one of two
Moses, I
things.
need you to justify this verse and the assertion that you made, please, man.
Okay, let me finish what I was saying. So mutashabiha is this verse for me is mutashabiha. Is it one of the verses where it's telling us about the familiar motifs of Moses and Fir'aun and the same sort of lessons, or is it usage of words to point to a more abstract idea? And this is how I read it. So when I read it, if you don't want to use parentheses and read them literally as the words appear, and that's a choice you can make, and I don't think that can be denied. If I read it literally as it is, God is telling us of how he created the heavens and the earth, in what time period, 6 days, sittat ayyam, and after that he tells us his arch was upon the water, so he can test us which one of us does things in the best way. Now I can go away with the understanding, justified, that God wants me to use my mind and find God through exploration of his creation of the heavens and the earth and everything that he has created as part of his domain. And I would
What's that
not
got to
be
do with
wrong
testing your
with that.
righteousness? You will be wrong because it clearly says that he may test you which of you is best in deeds. Or he's saying the one that is best in deeds of us is a scientist of some kind. Is that what you're concluding from this verse?
Well, God prefers people who use aql, who use
Okay,
their
right now
mind.
we're talking about deeds. Are you saying scientists? Is that, bro? The verse is talking about testing us in deeds.
So ahsanu amala,
What's that got to do with
amala.
what you're saying?
Okay, amala. What do amala is a pretty clear word. Amala is to do something. Amil, one who does work. Amal is work. So amala, work, ahsan, best. So ayyukum, which one of you, ahsanu amala, is the best in work? This is the actual meaning. Work
Okay,
best.
fine. What work is he talking
It's not
about?
talking about how righteous you are, how pious you are.
Oh, really?
It's literally saying, well, ahsanu amala is the
And
best work.
what ahsana amala does the Quran talk
Assalamu
about?
alaikum. Sorry to interrupt, brothers. Peace be upon all of you.
Speed, my brother. Please, for one
Ahsan,
moment, man.
ahsan.
I'm quite heated up right now.
Yeah,
So when
I'm trying to talk about that point. Ahsanu amala means the best in deeds.
I know it does. Give me a second. This is what I want to ask you, Moses. When has ahsana amala in the Quran meant anything but best in deeds? When?
Well, it's quite clear if we look at the language. What is amal? So AI, I think for you, the Moroccan brother, eh?
I said according to the Quran, Moses. We're not stepping outside of the Quran. According to the Quran, when it says ahsana amala, when has it referred to anything but best in deeds?
Well, the words darmalun, etc., are used throughout to refer to the things that you do, which is basically amal. So
Ahsana amala,
ahsan
Moses.
is the best. So we are saying the same thing. To be fair,
No, we're
we
not,
just
Moses.
I'm not
Moses.
applying.
The verse
I'm
is
not
talking
applying.
about righteous deeds. It's talking about good deeds, clearly. So what has good deeds got to do with what you were talking about? You were talking about something about God's telling us about how he creates something to do with science and etc. And the verse is clearly saying that we may test you, which of you is best in deeds. How do you
Yeah,
have
so-
what you're claiming and deeds?
Yeah. So this is where I said I'm using your preferred methodology. By the way, so the meaning that I came up with. Let me re-say what I said before. This is not my preferred interpretation. This would be what I would come away with if I did not apply a parenthesis around the وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ part. If I apply that, which is quite a common thing throughout the Quran if you read it in Arabic, then the best meaning that I would come away with, that would appeal to my intellectual understanding of the book, would be he has created the earth and the heaven in that period, so he can test you within it to see which one of you does best. And his arsh was upon the water. Now this
you're
for
gonna-
me
you're
is a
gonna change the
parenthetic
verse.
statement.
So you're going to change
It's
the
a
verse.
very Yeah. So this, I don't know how to
No,
talk to you about
So
that,
what you,
because
so
this
what you
is
call, so you, so
this is
do
something.
you call that parenthesis? Is that what you call parenthesis now?
Well, it's something that is quite very visible, quite very clear
Sam, very well said, by the way.
throughout the
I'm just saying,
Quran.
is they're not saying that God's throne is on the source of life in order to test our conduct. Very, very clear. Very clear. Moses, bro, I honestly don't understand. Like,
So I'm not disagreeing with Sam. I
Yeah.
think Sam's interpretation is right as well.
it's not an
But this is the point.
interpretation. It's not an
Well,
interpretation.
how's water life?
How is
how
water not
is-
life? You tell me what life is not from water.
Okay. Well, if I go and talk about an inanimate object, we started from there. We can
Inanimate
agree.
object. I said life.
We can agree that life, as we know right now, is mostly based on water. So that's okay. But if we're talking about inanimate objects
But we're not though.
that are not made of cells,
But we're not.
are
though.
they made of water as well?
But we're not talking about inanimate objects. Like, what are you doing? Is God's throne over? Are inanimate objects going to go through Judgment Day? Tell me, are inanimate objects, are they going to go through Judgment Day?
Okay, let's read that
Is
verse
God-
again.
Is God,
It
is
says,
God going to hold some sort of a dominion over them?
it says, وَكَانَ
Inanimate object.
عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ.
wow,
He
bro.
said his arch was upon the water. There's no mention of any living thing in here.
Yes, there is, because it clearly says in order to test you. In order. Are you saying that in order has nothing to do with the throne being on the water?
No, and that's what I said to you.
How
So
can
I
you-
would read this in
hold on, so how can you
parentheses.
say in order then? How can you say in order? How does the term in order follow if it has nothing to do with each other?
As I said, it follows after Sittat Ayam in my reading of the text as a whole. Where from the very beginning, it's the second page of the book, second page, Surah Baqarah, from the very beginning, Alif Lam Mim, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابِ, that is the book. From the very beginning, it's telling you that you can't just have one meaning of the verses and say this is the only interpretation. ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابِ,
Why are
I
you
know
going
what
from
most,
the verse?
I'm giving an example of how
No,
you
but
can't say that there's,
that example does not fit here. It's not analogous. You cannot bring examples that are not analogous to this over here. This over here clearly tells us. It clearly tells us his dominion over the water. Liyabluwakum, that he may test you. There's no
So how-
way to disconnect that.
so you tell me, how does his arch being on the water lets him test us who is best in amal? How are you understanding it?
Oh my God. Because those that he's testing are made of water. What other option is there?
That's
this is- you're stretching.
See again,
You're
I don't
stretching for me.
interpretation
If I
from
could
you,
just-
right?
Tell me how. Just
If I
all
can
you need to do is
interject-
tell me another option.
For a minute. This
You go,
Moses-
brother.
Yeah. This interpretation, quite a few people have all come to the same conclusion because the verse is saying that his throne was on the water in order to test our conduct. Now, if you read most of these sort of tafsirs, they can never explain what that even means. They just have it as the throne was like in the water for some reason. But I think what this verse is saying is that his control was on the source of life in order to test which one of us is best in conduct.
Yeah, and I would not say this is a wrong interpretation, but this is not the only way to read it, is what
What
I would
else is
argue.
there?
I told you a couple of times there, brother.
No, but none
So
of
for
them
me,
stood up, Moses.
وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ, and was his arsh upon the water. We need to define what arsh means. We need to understand, more importantly, what ma means, because
No, we
I
don't.
cannot get away from a parenthetical statement.
You cannot
I
get
keep-
away with in order. You
I
try
keep
to
looking-
disconnect that. You cannot do that. Why are you trying to disconnect the fact that it says in order?
I did not say in order. I said وَكَانَ عَرْشُهُ is a parenthetical statement that does not
How did
follow.
you come to that conclusion?
It's a common thing in the Quran. It happens.
Yeah, how do I-
But how did you come to the conclusion that that applies here?
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, let's read the Arabic. وَهُوَ
We're
الَّذِي
getting
خَلَقَ
stuck
الس-
here, man. We're getting stuck.
I'll move on after this. But if you read this again, وَهُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ. So خَلَقَ is a one verb that is going to two things, as-samawat and ard, right? So you've got one pretty clear thing, خَلَقَ, samawat, and the earth, then a time period. Now it could have said وَعَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ, and his arsh upon, no, it said وَكَانَ, and was عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ. So it's not following as in the same thing as khalaqa. So you've got a khalaqa happening of the samawat and the earth in a time period. And then it goes a meta level and says, and by the way, his dominion was upon the ma. And I don't read ma as water. Now even in Arabic today, when we say, depending on the context, you can define ma as different things. So man is made of ma. You can understand this as the cellular components made of water. I need to drink ma. That's water. A man made ma when he was with his wife. So he made water of a different type.
But you
So
have
you
a
can't always
specific
have the same meaning.
thing. Like, for crying out loud, man. I've never seen a
Maverick.
book so much in my life. Listen, have you ever seen a sentence where you put a full stop and then the next sentence starts with in order?
Yeah, so this is quite interesting because I've got those verses written up. So you've got verses in the
When have you
Quran.
ever seen that? When have you ever seen a sentence begin with in order?
This is something quite interesting in the Quran. Again, I can bring up my notes if you really want me to. But there are certain verses, if you start from the verse, it's kind of cut out in the middle, chop out. You got to start from the last verse to be able to make sense of the verse that you're trying to read. So a whole sentence is not even captured in the same ayah. Did you know that?
If you allow me, brother Moses, وهو الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام وكان عرشه على الماء ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. It ends here. أتعمل. So basically, it's a whole context. وهو الذي خلق. It's one verse. So in this verse, it has to be creation.
Like, how are you going to try and cut up the verse? Especially
Which
the
verse?
part where it says in order. Like, how on earth are you going to do that?
So
Do you
like,
want to answer? Do you want to answer, Abu Hamdan?
Does it stop, Ahmed?
Yeah, so like Moses pointed out, yeah, Maverick, you need to think about why does it say wakana? Why does it say it was on the water, you know? Why didn't it say it's always is or it always will be on the water?
What does that matter?
How
Why,
does that change anything?
It matters because
why does that change anything, brother Moses?
Tell me how
does.
it changes anything, please.
Okay.
So they again, all right, good question. So for me, because it's not a muhkam ayah, it's not something that us coming with different ideas will ever cause us any difficulty in understanding God's purpose from us. I don't think there's ever a doubt there.
Brother Moses.
I'll be honest with you. I don't like this disrespect that people have towards the Quran. Do you read other books like this?
Yeah, we all do that.
Are you telling me
We all do
ever
that.
read anything beginning with the sentence in order? You telling me you've
Yeah.
ever read something beginning with that
Yeah.
sentence?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, are you taking the piss out of me, fam?
No, okay. Let me be very honest.
You
Okay,
guys taking the piss out of me.
Brother Maverick, let me be honest. Okay,
Do you know what in order means? Do you know what in order means?
I
Like
have
in
written.
so that. Like, how do you begin
Okay.
a sentence with so that?
Do you read poetry, Maverick?
My lord.
Do you read poetry?
But the Moses, the Quran is not poetry, brother. Allah subhanahu
No,
wa
it's
ta'ala
not.
always-
It's better.
Bro, you
It's
cannot
better.
begin
It's
a
better than
sentence
that.
with
No,
so
no, no.
that.
No, brother
Okay,
Moses.
let
brother
me
Moses.
let me say what I was saying. I'm not saying Quran is poetry. I was making a literal reference to literacy and how this works. Literature works. You can say things out in just the very simple A to Z part. So if you read a children's book, you can almost always come away with just one meaning. And that's what the expectation is from the person reading it. When you read the Quran, depending on your understanding where you are at life, whether you are a 6-year-old kid learning Arabic and reading the Quran for the first time based upon what you understand, or if you're a 50-year-old man who's got life experience, who understands science, who's read literature, who understands rhetorical devices, who understands literary symbols, who understands the role of language as simple carrier of a bigger intent, then you will be getting away with nuanced meanings of those verses that a child would not. And that's throughout any language you pick up. So the reason I asked about poetry was, I think Abu Hamdan will understand this point. If we read a certain book of prose or certain even poems, if you read it from the first reader's perspective, you will go literal. Then you can go a deeper meaning of he's using these certain terms in a specific way. What do they mean? You can go even meta. So these certain ideas. You go ahead, brother.
Are you giving us a lesson now? You teaching us?
No, I'll go quiet.
Moses, if I can just ask a question, where are you saying that the parenthetical statement starts from? وَمَا كَانَ عَرْشُهُ عَلَى الْمَاءِ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ.
There. From wakana till ma.
Yeah.
No, but it doesn't stop at the ma part, brother Moses. Look at the Quran. Any written Quran, it has a full stop on in order to test you which of you is the best in deeds. It stops in deeds. Deeds, that's the stop of the sentence. That's the end of the sentence. So it doesn't stop at water. If it stopped at water, you can discuss any point you want. But it doesn't.
Yeah, but.
No, but the thing is, right, it can't stop at matter because saying liyabluwakum in order to.
That's the point I keep making. Like, it's impossible.
You can't start with that. You cannot start with that.
It's impossible. Literally impossible. How do you start with in order?
Moses, you need to bring up your notes and maybe bring another verse that has parentheses, which is like more evident, more...
Well, you can start from the second page of the Quran. Because ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ. You can go literal, and literal meaning is that is the kitab, no doubt in it. Nobody reads it that way. Most interpretations, translations are, this is the book. So straight away, from the second page.
We acknowledge that it says that. That's not the problem here.
Okay, so what does it mean?
But before we move on...
Okay, well, what does that mean?
Bro, listen.
You forced...
Guys, let me clarify one thing for you guys, yeah? I'm not a conspiracist. I'm not a conspiracist. I am not the type to go, oh, you know what? Sunnah was wrong. Therefore, let me just dig into the Quran and do all kinds of God knows what. No, I take the Quran for what it is. And just like I don't appreciate how the Sunnis and the Shias try to come up with this idea that the Quran is ambiguous and you can have different interpretations, blah, 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 blah. I don't appreciate people who claim to follow the Quran alone making the same claims. I will not tolerate that. So before we move on from this verse, if anyone is going to claim that this verse is ambiguous in any shape or form, it has to be justified. If not, that claim will have to be withdrawn.
Have you read that verse? Have you read the verse about Ahsan Tawil? I can look it up, but it does say whoever
from this verse.
Whoever reads
this verse, you claim that this verse is ambiguous. You have to justify that.
No. Let me say that again.
No. You said people could have different interpretations. Let me finish.
I never said.
You said people can have different interpretations. Even that is unacceptable. You're gonna have to justify.
You gotta stop using that, Ahmed. Wow. That really needs to stop, because the Quran is what it is. You're not supposed to understand what someone told you. You have to read the book. Stop using the word interpretation, because when you say that, you assume that the person is adding information from his own desires or understanding, or call it whatever you want. But the Quran is already detailed. You don't go beyond fully detailed. That's the limits of detailing it.
Thank you. That's my point. I don't appreciate this idea that you can have different quote-unquote interpretations.
Brother,
you can. Otherwise, Allah is wrong when He said if it was from other than Allah, then they would defer in it. So,
very well.
Yeah, but that's ikhtilafat. We're not ikhtilaf. So this again, I'll repeat this one last time because I think people are getting bored. I don't think this is ambiguous, number one. Number two, us coming up with slightly differing understandings based upon where we are in life does not change the meaning of the book as a whole, which we all agree on.
That's not on.
Well-
There's no way we're gonna come to different meanings.
Does the Quran not say there are two types of ayah, muhkam and mutashabiha? And mutashabiha
I wanted
are
to point
only-
on that one, Moses.
Yeah,
I
you go.
wanted to point on that one. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks about the ayat al-muhkamat, they are the ayat of the tahrim that you cannot add to them. And al-mutashabihat, what al-mutashabihat do, they explain the muhkamat. You
Does
find,
not say
you
that.
find- no,
Does
no,
not say
you
that.
can-
That's your
no,
understanding.
just-
Let him
it's
finish.
not my understanding. Look at the Quran. Look at
Brother,
the
I
Quran.
ask you. No, let me ask you. Does the ayah say mutashabihat explain the muhkamat, or does it say there are two types of ayah, muhkamat
No.
and mutashabihat? Yeah,
No,
you
but
go.
you use the mutashabih. That's where you do the tartil. That's where you gather up the topics of the topic and the verses about the topic, and that's how you understand it. That's how the Quran is designed.
No, but you okay? Tell me again how you say the mutashabihat are there to explain the muhkamat. The ayah does not say that.
What are the muhkamat?
Aqimu salah wa atu zakah.
No, they are actually the ayat that tells us what haram is. Where you those
Yeah, okay,
ayat
haram.
muhkamat-
So what's haram? Yeah.
Haram is has always been and will always be for us. You can't add to
Yeah.
it. You can't make exceptions. What haram is haram and what halal is halal, and you cannot add to that. Those are the ayat, the muhkamat. And when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells you about those what is haram to do, He explains it to you. He gives you information about it. It's not dictatorship. So al-mutashabihat, the ayat that are similar, whenever you read them, they explain to you the muharramat.
See, this again, straight right away, is your understanding of mutashabiha
not-
and of that ayah, which is different
I
to
did not give
mine.
any interpretation, you know.
Well, you said mutashabihat explain the muhkamat, and the
No,
ayah
but
does
actually,
not say
there's a
that.
verse that says that. Isn't there a verse that says there's another verse that says there are reoccurring verses, reoccurring things, or something along those lines?
Yeah, it's the same one, I think, Maverick. So there are two types of ayah. We can look it up. But what I'm saying to Quran, and I know he knows the ayah, it does not say, so if I use your idea of you can only have one understanding and that's it, well then your argument you made does not work, because you're saying the only way to read the Quran is by reading it literally and coming away with just one understanding. If that's the case, then the ayah about the muhkamat and mutashabihat does not say that the job of the mutashabihat is to explain the muhkamat. What it says is, no one can understand the mutashabihat except God, وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ, and those who are rasikh in their ilm. So there are clearly two types of ayats in the Quran. It's not me saying it, it's the book saying about itself.
And finish the verse, and no one knows it's except the ones who are in knowledge.
And this too, I think Quran, AI made that point before.
Anyone who reads the Quran has knowledge on it. Anyone who looks deeply in the Quran and takes it as a source, you will look into it deeply, and then you can understand. I mean, it just is what it
But
is.
different
The
levels.
verse means what it says.
And that too, Quran. You said, I think it was you before, Russian Faith, they said the dots are there, we need to stop. No, because those dots that we see have been put in, not the ayah stops, the breaks in between, the gems, the stop, all that sort of stuff. That's not in the original Quran. So some people would stop on that ayah on, no one understands the meaning of mutashabihat except God, and some would say except God and the ones rasikhuna in fil ilm. So it does, even in the ayah, depending on where you stop, you come away with a very different understanding of the ayah.
I was the one that said that about the dot.
Oh, it was you, Rational? Okay.
No, it wasn't me.
So, it wasn't you. Okay. We could probably move on because I don't think we'll agree on this.
No, hell no. We're not moving on. Hell no, Moses, bro.
No, you want to stay on this.
With respect, you gotta understand, I cannot allow this idea that the Quran is any way, shape, or form anything but clear cut. I can't allow that. Because you gotta understand, that's my whole motto. That's my whole. That's the whole reason I have this channel. My whole argument is that the Quran is clear, universal, and straightforward. So I cannot allow anyone to claim that it's anything but. So speaking of this verse that we're speaking about, 11:7, everyone so far, everyone, including the people in the chat, have come to the same conclusion. You are somehow trying to you're actually changing how literacy works. You're now telling us to accept the idea that a sentence can begin with in order to test you. When has a sentence ever begun with in order?
I've said to you, this happens
how do you
in
want us to accept your assertion?
this happens in languages all the time, and I was surprised that there's one person, at least one person, who agreed with me, Ahmed, who is not coming online. Apparently, this is what Ghamidi thinks of as well.
Moses, if I can just ask a sort of question, right? It says verse 1, وَهُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضَ, and carries on till Arsh. And then it talks about the water and the throne. Does it not make more sense for لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ to refer to this, the water, the throne being on the water, than for it to refer to the previous ayah?
No.
I don't think that makes much sense.
Yeah.
It can refer to sort of both, but it can't refer to the one previously.
See, this is the thing. I don't disagree with you, Rational. I think you would be justified in reading it the way you do. I don't think there's a problem with that. But what I'm saying is that you can't just discount another interpretation that is following the principles of the book, which tell you that there are certain verses in the book that are mutashabihat, that are being used as metaphors that we do not understand. Well, I don't understand at the moment. So, I'm sure in 100 years from now, and this is how we got into it, 100 years from now, I'm hoping there would be a better understanding of the origins of the world, of the universe, and maybe we'll understand what does this ma mean, because we don't understand it now. So the other example I gave last time was rawasiya. So the mountains being used as a rawasiya in the earth. People did not understand this up until now. Or the other one was the kawakib in the heavenly bodies, sabaha, used to swim in their orbits. People did not understand it.
No, if liyabluwakum is not referring to the water being on the throne, that's just like a random statement then. That's thrown in there.
So, yep, absolutely. And this is where I say, the only way I read this is parenthetical. And this happens all the time. So God would be telling us a story in third person, right? He would be going, and he, so we can look up examples, but I'm sure you would have read them, Rational. So you go, and Moses went over, and he talked, and this happened, and suddenly it's got, Inna Allaha kana aliman hakima, or and surely God is this. And you go, hold on. I was reading something that was going from A to Z, and suddenly the point of view shifted. It's no longer third person. It's somebody like a narrator coming in and telling me something. This is quite a common theme in the Quran.
We know that exists. It doesn't mean you apply it willy-nilly. Like, are you telling us now that in order to test you means nothing?
Say again, remember?
What does in order to test you mean?
What you said.
Well, no, you tell me. What does in order to test you refer to? What does in order refer to? What is in order referring to? In order what?
In order to test you. And it's coming in from Sittati Ayyam.
No, but when you say in order, something precedes it.
Yeah.
So what precedes in order?
So let me say that part again. I think we missed this. وَهُوَ الَّذِي. So I'm saying from the Sittat Ayyam, لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ part combines. So if you go put parentheses and wakana until ma, what you've got is, and he is the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, so he could test you. And then it goes on. But wakana arshuhu for me is a hanging verse in this particular example. It's referring to a meta theme within the Quran, which is asking us to ponder upon the existence of his dominion upon a thing that we today, well, no other word apart from ma.
Would the order not make more sense then for it to say, he created the heavens and the earth in 6 days in order to test you, and then put the throne verse after? Because then
this is how I read it. Yeah. Yeah.
So Moses, do you
Did-
have an example of? Do you remember from your notes? There's another verse, especially in. I remember there's one in chapter 97, with the parenthetical verse.
No, not top of my head, unless someone else can put up on the chat.
There's in chapter 97. There's one similar to this.
What's the ayah?
97:4. So this is like what you said. It's like a parenthetical tangent to the context.
تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر. So what's a parenthetical bit here? I don't read any.
This one تنزل الملائكة والروح, and then
Yeah.
ليلة القدر خير من ألف شهر من كل أمر. So the night of Laylatul Qadr is better than 1,000 nights of every sort of Amr, for every sort of Amr. So the Tanazzalul Malaikatu could be the parenthetical segment here.
Yeah, you could. For me, this is again, this is where I go. For me, this whole ayah is this whole surah is I wouldn't say it's okay. I don't think this surah can ever be understood by just one different way. And this would be a good example for Maverick to ponder on, because this surah, Laylatul Qadr, has been understood very differently by different people throughout the ages, and even between the Quran-centric people. From the very beginning, Laylatul Qadr, what does that mean? Just that term is going to come up with quite a few different interpretations, because this, for me, is not a muhkam surah. It's not something where we're being told not to do something or to do something, and hence we will all, based upon where we stand in life and what we understand of the universe, will define. You go. You go, Maverick.
Wait, please. On the level, like, where's all of this subjectivity? Like, I don't understand. Like, who cares about anyone's opinion here? Like, Moses, like the stuff that are coming out of your mouth, could you please give me some sort of reference, an objective reference that will basically justify your assertions? Because I really could not care less what you're passionate about. Give me some reference to work with here.
See, I'm quite open, Mary. To, as I said, I respect the way.
Give me some facts.
I respect the way you understand this, and I think Rational's way of understanding is fine. Quran AI understood it, and I don't think it matters. For me, my understanding of the book, it's not a muhkam ayah. We are allowed to have differing, not differing,
we're not allowed
slightly.
To have, oh, listen, we are not here to discuss opinions, for crying out loud. So either you give me something that is verifiable, or you keep it to yourself.
Okay, go chapter 3, verse 7.
Bloody hell.
Hey, but anyway, doesn't the Quran explain what water is? Many times he says to purify, to revive. So it's something that helps facilitate life. And so to say he's not clear on that, and that's ambiguous, is not the truth, because he made it clear what the purpose of water is for. It's the bringer of life. And as I stated before, hydrogen breaks itself into molecules to create all other forms of elements. So therefore, hydrogen is responsible for all living things. And that's water. Hydrogen is water.
Hydrogen is not water.
Hydrogen is to water. It exists in all forms, my brother. Hydrogen exists as a gas, a liquid, a solid. It exists as remember, it breaks itself into different molecules to create helium, then create nitrogen, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those elements come from hydrogen. That's been established as a fact.
It's a component of water. It's not water itself. It's a component.
No, water is a component of hydrogen. I beg to differ. Hydrogen it's the first element on the periodic chart.
What's the chemical formula for water? Do you know?
Is all of this even necessary? Can we go back to the Quran?
See, we're talking about science now.
Yeah. Let's go chapter 3, verse 7. So this is where I think Brother Quran AI was also referring to before. Shall I start? Or do you want to start, Maverick?
Start what? Go ahead. You're the one who's got a point to make.
Okay, sure. So, huwa alladhi. So similar kind of a starting position. Anzala alaykum al-kitab. He is the one who sent down to you the book. The kitab. Again, kitab, different meanings. Minhu, from it, in it. Ayatu muhkamat are the muhkam ayat. Hunna ummul kitab. They are the mother of the book. Wa ukharu mutashabihat, and the others are mutashabihat. Now this you can go and translate. As I said, I do it two ways. Other people do it differently. فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ زَيْغٌ, and whoever have deviant hearts follow these elusive or mutashabihat verse to spread doubt. مَا تَشَابَهُ مِنْهُ ابْتِغَاءَ الْفِتْنَةَ وَابْتِغَاءَ تَأْوِيلِهِ. I'll read this English bit clearly, straight away. To spread doubt through the interpretations, and this is the key bit I was talking about before. وَمَا يَعْلَمُ, and no one understands, تَأْوِيلَهُ, their understanding, إِلَّا اللَّهِ, except God, وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ. So for me, the full stop is after وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ, as in, no one can
Continue
do
the
a
verse.
ta'wil of the mutashabihat except for God and those who are rasikhun or established in knowledge.
And continue the verse,
يقولون
brother. Continue the verse.
يقولون
وَمَا يَذَّكَّرُ إِلَّا أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ.
Sure. يقولون, they say, آمنا به, we believe in it. كل من عند ربنا, all of it is from our Lord. وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب, and no one is mindful of this except for those who use their mind. So as I said, the book itself says, referring to itself, that it's made up of two parts. Muhkamat, whether we talk about is just those verses that are clear-cut haram or halal, I would say these are other verses as well, which are pretty clear-cut. God, there's certain definitions of God, etc. They're pretty muhkam, they're pretty clear. They help us decide between falsehood and ambiguity, etc. But there are other ayahs which are mutashabihat, and the meaning or the ta'wil of them is only for God and those who have established themselves in knowledge. But what's the key thing? They say that they believe in all this. That's the Quran. So those rasikhuna fil ilm, they're not just people who pick up from the ether, but they're the ones who believe in the Quran, that all of this is from their God, and no one does that except for those who are of knowledge, ulul albab, those who use their minds, those who have reason. So this is what I said. For me, it's pretty clear. Muhkam, you go, brother.
How did you come to the conclusion that you put a full stop before they say?
So this is again something that you've got a lot of difference of opinion on. I know quite a lot of people.
That, man. Stop mentioning
The
that.
Quran itself does not come with these dialectical marks that people have put up. You do know that, right?
Irrelevant.
Well, that determines where you put that full stop, because it's not in the actual text.
How did you come to that conclusion?
To what conclusion?
What you just claimed, that the so-called dialectical marks, etc., determines where you put the full stop. Like, don't just say stuff. Tell me how you came to that conclusion. Justify it.
I read the ayah, and when I read it, وَمَا يَعْلَمُ تَأْوِيلَهُ إِلَّا اللَّهُ وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ, I look at the i'rab of this statement, and إِلَّا اللَّهُ, except God, وَالرَّاسِخُونَ, Allahu and rasikhuna are following the same grammatical structure that tells me that the wa for rasikhuna is combined to the God. So except God and the rasikhuna fil ilm. For me, that's pretty clear-cut reading the language.
But they say.
Yeah? They say. يَقُولُونَ. Yeah, so those in rasikhuna fil ilm.
Except God and those well-founded in knowledge. They say. يَقُولُونَ. They say.
Yeah.
How did you come? So you're saying that that's the beginning of a sentence?
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's one verse.
Huh? I know, but he wants to say it's the beginning of a sentence. Like,
Of course, it's not.
remember
Okay,
when I said earlier on that this all comes down to literacy. This is a problem in literacy. Where have you seen a sentence begin with "they say"?
It happens all the time. قالوا in the Quran. Brother, it's all the time. قالوا or قل or قال. All of the many ayahs of the Quran start with قال, قالوا, قل.
You can't begin a sentence with "they say" because if you begin a sentence with "they say," who says and why do they say so? That's why something has to precede it. What do you mean
So
they
Maverick,
say?
Maverick, are you saying there are no ayahs in the Quran that start with قالوا?
But قالوا is
No,
in
I'm
past.
not saying that. I'm saying we can look at the particular context that you're referring to. Stop constantly diverting me over to other verses when we're discussing one. We're dealing with this one right here. You cannot begin. Let me finish. You cannot begin a sentence with "they say."
Why can't you? Who says
Because
you can't?
who says and why?
It's language. Okay, so to use your argument, brother, you're saying start the sentence with warasikhuna. So you start the sentence with the "and" word in the beginning, and the ones in knowledge they say. Does that make more literal sense?
I didn't say that it begins from there either, did I? Why are you trying to straw man me?
So where does it start?
I'm starting from the beginning of the verse. I'm simply saying you cannot start a sentence from "they say." You know what? Earlier on you did the same thing. Earlier on you tried to start a sentence from "in order," and now you want to start a sentence from "they say." Bro, Moses, with respect, you got a serious issue with literacy. You can't begin a sentence like that.
Okay, well, I think all we can do is, I would respectfully disagree, but I understand that you've got a certain view on it.
Disagree, though. You have to justify your assertions. You can't simply just assert things, Moses.
For me, it's self-apparent enough for me not to even have done any research on it. It's that clear. It's that clear.
What does that mean?
So if we don't start the sentence, so if you want me to start that sentence from warasikhuna, is what most people have done, you got a bigger problem from your literacy argument, where you got a statement starting with "and." So I could say, well, how many languages do you know where you start a sentence with what?
When did I say start a sentence from "and"? Why are you trying to straw man me so badly? When did I speak about where? Did I speak about where you should start the sentence from?
Can I say one thing, Mary?
Did I speak about that? Don't misrepresent me again.
No. I'll just say one thing. I used to be a debater. I don't really like doing it anymore. All I really like is having a discussion. So don't think I'm trying to put you.
Misrepresented. I don't see this discussion. Listen, I don't see this discussion as me and you. I just cannot stand the Quran being misrepresented. I can't stand that.
I respect that. But as I said, you and I will not agree on this, so we can probably move on to something different. Because we can keep talking about it, but for me, some things are pretty clear-cut. For you, they're pretty clear-cut. We're not going to come to a common ground.
You're trying to make this subjective, and I will not accept that.
You don't have to.
My whole thing is the Quran is the criteria. If you cannot prove your assertion or claim from the Quran, I'm afraid you cannot.
Well, I did give you, and Ahmad has posted up quite a few verses of the Quran where
you tried to go around the rules of literacy. You're doing the same thing as Sunnis do. You're doing things that are totally impossible.
Totally so the impossible bit is you can't start a sentence with the word "they say."
No, you can't.
So those verses that Shoaib has put up, where they say, they said, qalu, what about those verses? Are they not following the literal rules?
No, it's in a context
of literacy.
It's in a context. Who said it begins from there?
Okay, so that's exactly what I'm saying. So
in a context.
In this surah, in this ayah, yaquluna is a sentence that is in the context of who can understand and do ta'wil of the mutashabihat. So yaquluna is absolutely a sentence starting off from the context of the same ayah.
I don't know the kind of people that you're used to, but you need to understand when it comes to facts, I don't negotiate about facts, you see. There is no way in hell you can begin a sentence with "they say" and no way in hell you can begin a sentence with in order. It's not up for discussion, Moses.
So
Absolutely no way.
liyabluwakum, let me correct you. Liyabluwakum, I did not say starts from that. I did say, to me, that is combined to the ayam. So from ayam, it goes to liyabluwakum. Just so you're clear on that.
So you're changing the order of the verse. Bruv, are you like, am I supposed to allow you? Like, I have a book. I have a book that I consider to be the word of God. Like, I'm convinced is the word of God. I'm supposed to allow you to tell me your opinions?
You don't have to. But what you are doing is you're still following your opinion.
How?
We are all
What opinion have I
ultimately.
made?
Well, have you read Wittgenstein, Maverick?
Bro, we're not talking
Have
about
you-
Moses, please. Like,
I'm talking
not
about-
impressed
I'm
with
talking
that
about-
nonsense. Like, allow that, bro. You might think you're bringing some sophistry or whatever. That stuff don't impress me.
No. I'm talking about language and what language. Again, it's a longer topic than and a deeper topic than just what we're talking about. Language, for me, and this is my philosophical understanding of language. The role of language is to get through complex ideas from one to the other. That's what we use language for. God does not speak in Arabic, does he? When he is talking to Malaika, they're not talking in Arabic. When Fir'aun and Musa are having the conversations, they're not having in Arabic. So
Moses,
whatever
you're
language
saying
they're using, the method they're using.
All this waffle is not gonna help you with the claims that you have made. I'm sorry, no way you're gonna get away with them. Absolutely no way.
I did not make a claim.
Yes,
I
you
shared
did.
my understanding.
You tried to change
And-
the verse.
And
Like,
I
are you
said,
insane?
before,
Did
and
you
I
not
say
try
this
to change
again.
the verse, Moses?
So in the Quran, does it not have certain things that need to come in the end, in the very beginning of the verse? So fihi, for example, normally, or okay, I think we're not going to get there because for me it's so clear cut that I don't even want to be arguing about it because
No, we should move on, man.
you got
Because no
fihi
one's
or
gonna-
fiha, exactly. You got quite a lot of those verses that in normal literacy would always come after the ism, after the action doer, but the order is changed all the time to make a point. It's a rhetorical device. Whether we like it or not is a different matter, but it's used throughout. I think people are getting bored, Merrick, and I don't think you and I are going to agree on this. But if you want to have your last word on it, feel free. I'll listen respectfully.
I need all of you lot to know I don't give a damn about respecting any particular individual here. The only thing I care about respecting is the word of God. If you're gonna make any claim, if you cannot justify it from the Quran, like, don't do that around me. Like, I'm telling all of you lot right now, I could not care less about anybody's deeply held opinions. I don't care. If you cannot justify your claim from the Quran, don't make it. Not around me.
If you'd rather not hear my thoughts, that's fine. I won't come on again if that's what would make you happier. But I will tell you that if I do come in, if you ask me for my opinion, I will share my understanding. If you don't like it, that's fine. I can move on.
There are no opinions here. The point is to get to the facts of the Quran, and that's that. No opinions of any kind.
So to ask
what
you,
am I going to do with someone's opinions when I've got the word of God? The hell am I going to do with anyone's opinion?
Okay, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said we understand language differently. Language is not.
That's nonsense.
Okay, this is why I said if you had read.
Communication has rules, Moses. You're talking complete nonsense, I'm afraid.
You are saying, Maverick, what? Read it up afterwards if you want to. Logical positivism was a huge movement where they wanted the language to be so clear that there would be no ambiguity. And that was a pretty big thing in the last century.
Context
a lot of
makes
work was done.
Clear,
Brother, they used context, they defined axioms, they did all that sort of stuff. And the end conclusion was, and I'll just give you the conclusion, that you cannot make language to be as precise as arithmetic. There will always be two people who read something and take away different meanings. And that is the ultimate
Okay, well, guess what?
takeaway.
Well, guess what? The Quran is language used by the Almighty Himself. And if He says it is clear, and I have, as far as I'm concerned, ascertained that it's clear, it will remain clear, irregardless of people who are somehow impressed with sophistry might say. I don't care
So
about that.
how do you define Alif Lam Mim as Mubin? Because it's not Mubin.
Bro, like, you know what? I knew you was gonna pull that kind of nonsense. I knew
Ahmed,
you was gonna pull that kind of
Ahmed,
nonsense. Stop disrespecting the Quran, man.
brother Ahmed, when it comes to Alif Lam Mim, Ha Mim, and the Huruf al-Muqatta'a, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in his Quran, he says Hamim, Ain, Sin, Qaf, Kadhalika. And the word Kadhalika is always representing the topic that was mentioned before the word Kadhalika. So when he says that these Alif Lam Mim, Kadhalika yuhi ilayka, that's how God reveals to you and to the messengers before you. That's how God reveals his that's God's language to with the angel.
Not only that, yeah.
Delivered the Quran.
When it comes to this question of the Quran being clear or not, why do people bring that up? You know when
Well, it's not a
when people
Mubin.
bring that up, yeah, it's like
Here's
them
the bigger problem,
acknowledging they
Ahmed.
cannot find anything in the Quran that they call unclear. So they go, oh, what about Alif Lam Mim?
It's
It's
pretty easy.
ridiculous.
Here's the bigger problem, Ahmed. Sorry to talk over you. The big problem is we here, four of us, we claim to believe the Quran and we follow the Quran and it's the word of God. But here's what I see a little bit of troublemaker is if you say that, then we can't be having this discussion whether the Quran is ambiguous or not, because the Quran is mubin. The Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَفَغَيْرَ اللَّهِ أَبْتَغِي حَكَمًا وَهُوَ الَّذِي أَنزَلَ إِلَيْكُمُ الْكِتَابَ مُفَصَّلًا. Say, is it other than Allah I seek as a judge, while is He who revealed to you the book fully detailed? So we can't just jump over these verses. So anyone who would like to have a conversation always jumps these verses that are very, very clear. So
The Quran says over and over again how it even says even the details are detailed.
yes, and He says وَتَفْصِيلًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ. It's a detail for everything. It's a bigger statement.
Yeah, so this is
So if
Quran.
anyone claims that the Quran is not detailed in any way, shape, or form, or that people can get different interpretation, quote unquote, they have to justify that. You can't be making a claim.
So
You
Quran
have
AI,
to justify that.
I've got a question for you. So in the Quran where it says it's got the tafsil of everything.
Yes.
Now, for the sake of understanding, because I've got my view and I've heard other people's views, what do you understand by everything? Because we know for a fact it doesn't have everything literally. So what do you think how do you understand that? Because I'm quite curious in how you might take away meaning of that.
I understand it how it is. What is it so difficult for you to understand? It says tafsil li kulli shay, and then Allah all over the Quran asks me as an individual, as a reader, to use my mind. So it's pure logic. I don't have to go far and ask for things that are not in the Quran. That's what not written in the Quran. That's what most people do. They try to find things that it's irrelevant. You're not supposed to do it. Why are you digging?
No, so let me ask you a question. So how to understand how to derive rules for industrialized countries, right? Or how to make a pen. There's no tafsil for that in the Quran, but you've got the ayah. So how do you understand that? Ayah to then mean.
One minute. This is what is the Quran? What is the Quran for, Moses?
I know you're going to Merrick, but that's not what I'm not coming from that angle. I just asked his understanding for. It says it's got tafsil for everything. Now it says everything, likul for everything, likulli shay for everything.
Does it not say?
Are you going to read it? But are you going to read it literally?
Hold on. Does the Quran tell you what the Quran is for?
Guidance.
No, I want him to tell me. Does the Quran tell you?
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So if
Absolutely.
the Quran tells you what the Quran is for, and it tells you that it explains everything, are you saying that it has nothing to do with the guidance, but it has something to do with something else?
That's fine. So this is how you understand this. I was just
No, but
asking
how
for
else
Quran's
is there to
opinion.
understand it, Moses? Is the Quran a manual to how to make a bicycle? Is that what the Quran is for? What kind of ridiculous question you're asking? You're a grown-ass man.
No, I think what he's trying to say is right. Like, if I just came out to you first in your life, I gave you that verse, likulli shay, the explanation of everything, and I never gave you the rest of the Quran. You wouldn't think, okay, this is for my guidance. You would say explanation of everything in the world.
But why are
So-
we discussing just one verse in the Quran? The Quran is not just
No,
one verse.
exactly.
Like, why are you not
Exactly.
being ridiculous?
You see, now another problem. I mean, again, we still didn't talk about it. So if Allah says it's everything is detailed when He speaks about everything, as Ahmed said, he explained to you what the Quran is for. So everything within that. If He says that, then why we still try to negotiate? Why are we being so like the people who kept on asking Moses?
No, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. My point that I was trying to make from there is I think we all agree on, I will just kind of say it in my words. When it says kulli shay, we need to understand the context of the wider thing. So even though the literal meaning, if you just look at that one verse, it's got tafsil for everything, but we need to take a step back and understand the whole. And this is kind of where we started from, where I said, throughout the Quran, you've got these motifs of, you've got hanging statements, you've got parenthetical bits, and once you understand this phenomenon, you get to pick them out wherever you see them in the Quran. That's where I was going. So I don't disagree with the interpretation of that particular verse. I think that's pretty clear.
Have you just been introduced to the word parenthesis or something?
I like that word. Don't you like it? It's a nice P word.
I know, but you're using it willy-nilly, like. You're just using it for the sake of using it.
I should look up a synonym for it.
Now, I don't even understand how you find this relevant. If you read a book, listen, if you read any book, if I go to a library today and I pick up a book, the back of that book or even the front of it will give me an idea what that book is about. You understand what I'm saying to you, yeah? And the back of it will give me a summary of what the book is about. So when I read the book, whenever I read something within that book, I'm not going to assume that the book is referring to something other than itself. Would I do that? Would I do that with any other book? Why do people do this with the Quran? If you was to pick up a thriller book and you read in this book about thriller, would you pick a particular sentence and say this sentence is referring to something other than what the book was talking about the whole time? Who reads a book like that?
I don't think you need to make that point because I agree with you.
No, but
now the book would be referring.
Then why would you ask?
Why would you ask the question if you agree with me then?
What question did I ask? I said that within. How to? Sorry, say again.
How to make a pen.
Okay, the reason I asked you was to ensure that we all understand it the same way, which we do, is what, we ended up agreeing, that you read something, but you don't just look at that, you look at the verses before, the verses after, the way the words are used, you look at the whole, you look at the theme of it, and that's where all of us are in agreement. What I said was, I tried to apply the same methodology on the other two verses where we looked at, where to me, because these are certain devices that are being used in that one book all the time, I chose to apply them on those two ayahs as well. Now you don't have to, which you guys don't, and that's your choice. I did, and that's my choice. And that's where I was saying we would not agree.
Do you think there's rules to this? Do you think it's a matter of choice, or do you think there's rules to this?
Well, went back to that mutashabihat verse then. So it's for people who are rasikhuna fil ilm, who want to become, they try and find the ahsan ta'wil. And mutashabihat verse, I don't think by the very nature people would agree on. I don't see why this is
they tried to find
a controversial topic.
Hold on, they tried to find it for what particular reason? You keep cutting verses short.
Where did I do that?
When you said they tried to find mutashabihat verses for what specific reason?
You may have to go on with your point.
No, but you meant to add that, because if you don't add the specific reason and you leave it as that, then now you're trying to make it out as whoever looks for mutashabihat verses is, you know, attempting,
Yep.
etc., etc. But that's not what
Yep.
the verse says.
Well, the verse says that, again, this is my understanding. You can have a different one.
No, why don't you
That these
just read
mutashabihat,
what it says?
these mutashabihat verse, فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ زَيْغٌ فَيَتَّبِعُونَ مَا تَشَابَهُ مِنْهُ ابْتِغَاءَ الْفِتْنَةِ. And those whose hearts have got the disease, who want to go and do trouble, they argue about these mutashabihat verses, which is pretty much why I don't ever want to argue about your interpretation of some of these things versus mine, because this
hold on,
is the
it says
sort of
they
stuff
follow.
that will get us into fitna.
By the way, it says they follow what is the shabih of it, seeking dissension and seeking interpretation.
So I don't try and seek that. I don't try and seek an understanding and then impose it upon the others, as is the muhkam ayat.
No, but are you seeking dissension though? Because these lot, they seek it to seek dissension.
No, I shared my understanding, and I'm not saying this is the only one. And I do say mutashabih by the very sense. People have different understandings, and you're welcome to yours. I'm welcome to mine. I'm not going to go and cause dissension with you or with anybody else because of how they understand language's role in translating complex ideas in words. So we will never be able to see each other's, and mental pictures of what these concepts are meant to stand for. And that's just how language works.
I don't have a clue what you're saying. I honestly don't have a clue what you're saying.
I should probably take a bit of a break and listen to you guys for a change.
Perhaps you should.
You guys go on. Yeah. Would you, Maverick? Would you still want me to be around, or would you? Because I know you're quite heated on that. Would you still appreciate these twos and fro's, or would you rather I just remained a listener and not a panelist for you?
I don't deal with personalities. I only care about the facts. So the only thing I want is that people reference the Quran as the final criterion.
Yeah.
So the issue that I have with you, Moses, is really and truly you're not referencing the Quran for your assertion. You're just insisting on them. The Quran doesn't help you in any way.
I'm not insisting. I brought up 2 or 3 verses, and I said, looking at those verses very clearly say there are 2 different types of ayahs in the Quran. We are not going to be in doubt about the muhkam ayat. Everybody would agree. And I would say these are the salat and the Muslim and the Islam and all those terms that you feel very passionately about. So I don't see...
Who says we're going to be in doubt about the mutashabihat? See, I don't like these little assumptions that you're putting in. Now you're trying to insinuate that muhkamat and mutashabihat's got something to do with doubt. Now you're going to have to justify that.
I did not say doubt.
So why'd you bring that in then? So why'd you bring that to the table?
What I'm saying is that there are certain verses that are markers to concepts we can't understand now, or we might, but we don't yet. And it's our job to become rasikhuna fil ilm and become people of ulul albab and people who use aql, their mind, so we can understand God and His creation and His ayat in the best way possible. I don't think there's any negative insinuation in there.
All of that was sweet, but I don't care about sweet words, Moses. I need you to justify your claims.
I can't justify. And you can take this away as a soundbite for the day. I can't justify what I said, because what I said was about language, which by its very nature is a fickle, abstract thing. I can't have a formal system and derive a formal proof that would satisfy you. End of the day, this will always be a subjective understanding of mine. versus what I think is subjective for you, but you may want to think this is objective, and that's fine. But I can't ever give you a proof that you're going to be completely happy with. So there you go.
The proof I'm happy with is the Quran. That's the proof I'm happy with. If you cannot justify your claim from the Quran, then I think you should retract it. Because the only thing I'm interested in, you got to understand, if the Quran is not the objective criterion, then we have nothing to discuss. Anyone can make all sorts of claims. And I'm not that type of individual.
Well, no one is.
I like facts.
No one is just arguing with you against that. No one is. Quran is the criterion, absolutely. And it points us towards all these sorts of kulla shay. This is why I was asking Quran. It does point us towards things that even though it doesn't talk about, it gives us the trajectory and the attitude that it expects of us to explore them.
Bro,
so in that particular sense,
you have to understand, bro. The Quran says it's fully detailed and clear. I just want it to be used as the criterion. That's it. If you cannot, any claim that you make, if you cannot use the Quran as your criterion, I don't want to hear it.
So let me ask you that, and you didn't answer that before. I've got my understanding. I think I shared last time as well. And I know you come up against this all the time, but let me ask you one more time. Quran says it's ayat mubin. It's the kitab mubin. And I believe that, right? I'm not discounting that. But you do still have verses, whole verses, and I know Quran AI has got a whole theory that I don't quite understand yet. But what's your understanding where you got one hand says the book is clear, mubin, but you've got verses that no one understands? How do you understand those? Now I do. I've got my understanding, but how do you?
There's nothing for me to understand because I've heard the claims made, but I've never heard anyone present their proof for their claims. People can keep telling me there are verses you can't understand, blah blah blah. What are they? Present.
Kaf ha ya ain swad. What's your understanding?
There we go.
Because I don't understand it.
You're being petty beyond belief. Those are not verses. Give me a verse that you can't understand.
So a ayah in the Quran with the ayah number is not a verse?
Moses, I'm going to be dead honest with you. I'm not going to go on a long, retete with you about that. That's not something I'm going to entertain. So unless you're going to bring me a verse, an actual verse that is somehow ambiguous or hard to understand, that claim has to drop. I'm not having that.
So okay, we are disagreeing on the very fundamental. Is kaf ha ya in swad not a verse to you?
Moses, you need to move on. You need to move on. Forget about that. Oh, I'm a genius. Let me use the Alif Lam Mim ones. No, move on, bro.
Ahmed, brother.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Hajj.
No problem. I'll talk to you about Hajj, but give me a moment, please, because I really cannot stand anybody claiming that the Quran is any way, shape, or form unclear about anything. They have to bring it. Not having that.
But it's easy to bring verses against that, brother. You know that.
It's a very easy claim that you'll find yourself. I'm sure you have seen quite a few. You've discounted straight away a whole category of verses, and I don't understand
bring
why.
Bring me.
You don't want to talk about it, but that's fine. That's your choice.
Bring me the evidence.
Evidence for these verses not being part of the Quran. Kaf ha ya ain swad.
The claim that there are verses that are somewhat difficult to understand. I want the evidence, man.
I keep bringing up, and you say you don't want to talk about them, so I don't know why.
You know what you're doing. You're being childish beyond belief, and I'm not going to entertain that. So if you want to be an adult, bring it. If not, there's nothing to discuss.
Okay, well, let's just move on from this, yeah? Because as I said, we're not gonna see the same on it. We're not going to come to the same conclusion.
Nobody is going to claim that the Quran is unclear in any way, shape, or form and not use the Quran as their criterion. Not around me. It's not happening.
somebody keeps bringing up Surah Kawthar in the comments, and for me that's quite clear. I don't need to go to a second source. I don't know why they are bringing it up. No one can explain or interpret the shorter surah. I don't know why they say that, because that to me is quite clear. But the question, there's a good one, is 7 pairs, the Mathani, 7 Mathani. Maverick, what's your understanding of that? The 7 most oft repeated verses.
Okay. There are 2 verses. There are 2 chapters that have 7 verses. One of them being Fatiha, and another one being Al-Ma'un, I think. The difference between the 2 is that one is a surah that is sent down, and the other one is a surah that would be recited to God. And the other difference between them is one of them would be often recited and the other one would not. So Al-Fatiha would fit that description and Al-Ma'un would not. And not only would Al-Fatiha fit that description and not Al-Ma'un, the other thing you've got is that it says the 7 often repeated verses and the Quran. Now the interesting thing about Al-Fatiha and the rest of the Quran is that Al-Fatiha is the only one that is recited to God. All of the rest of the chapters came down. So that is another differentiation between the 2. Continue, brother.
But here's a question, yeah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the Quran, we see verses that speaks about Al-Kitab and then Al-Quran, and we know there's no synonyms in the Quran. You know, every word has its own meaning, and the context is the ruler. So Sab' al-Mathani, I think, what I would like to believe is a description for Al-Kitab, which again includes the prohibitions, which are 14 in the Quran. 7 doubles, 14. And they are included
I thought they were about 30. No? They're about 30 odd. You showed the 14.
It's 14.
Okay. I haven't thought much about it, to be honest.
They are a part of the book and not a part of the Quran, because the Quran is everything that happened either in the something that we are not witnessing. But Al-Kitab has أقيموا الصلاة آتوا الزكاة and حرمت عليكم أمهاتكم الآيات المحكمات, if you would like to call it that. So prohibitions are 14 divided by 2, that's 7, and the verse says Al-Mathani, 7 doubles. So that's how I see it is.
What about the repeated? What does that mean? Does that mean doubles? What about the recitation?
No, Al-Mathani, Mathna wa Thulath, that's 2 and 3. That's
3.
That's double.
Okay, but is there so we talk about 1587, right?
I think there's 2 verses in the Quran that talks about Sab' al-Mathani. Let me pull one up.
So I'm looking at 1787. Which is the other one?
One second. No, it's one. It's only one. It's only one. Yeah.
Okay, so we have, and we gave you 7 of the pairs.
1787.
Yeah. No, 1587.
Oh, 15.
And we gave you 7 of the pairs and the great Quran.
Exactly, 7 of the pairs. It's not often repeated.
But these 7 of the pairs, were they not part of the Quran?
They are part of the Kitab. The Quran has al-ghaybiyat in it, the unseens.
No, I know, but they did not have the Kitab before the Quran, did they?
No, but we know that for a fact that there is Al-Kitab and Al-Quran.
No, I accept that. That's not a problem. But the point is, these people, because he clearly says, we gave you 7 of the pairs and the great Quran. So let's say it's referring to the Prophet. The Prophet did not have the Kitab before the Quran. He got it together, didn't he?
He got it together, but I don't see where is why one before another. I don't see where is.
Okay, here's the slight difference between what you brought forward, which is very likely, don't get me wrong, and what I brought forward. The slight difference between the two is that with what you brought forward, they would have to be introduced with the Quran. However, what I brought forward.
Sorry, I'll tell you why. Because it says وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَاكَ سَبْعًا مِنَ الْمَثَانِ وَالْقُرْآنَ الْعَظِيمِ and the Quran. So سبع المثاني are not in the Quran.
Okay, but here's the thing though. When it says we gave you, let's say it's the Prophet now, yeah? The Prophet got the Sab'a al-Matani from the Quran. He didn't get it from elsewhere, did he?
No, he got it from Al-Kitab.
Yeah, but it's in the Quran that he got it from. It's not elsewhere. He only had one book, right?
No, understand with me this, Ahmed. Al-Quran, when we read the stories of other prophets in the Quran, that's within Al-Quran. Jannah and so and so, Malaika are in the Quran. But when we speak about the Kitab, it's instructions that we live by.
I understand, but the instructions are part of what we call collectively the Quran.
The Quran is the part of Al-Mushaf, Ahmed.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make to you is the messenger received one revelation. That revelation is the Quran. And
it's compiled.
In that Quran are the instructions of the Kitab.
You see how I call the what we have now and we call the Quran. When I want to speak about it as a book, I say Tanzil al-Hakim because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala called it Tanzil, yeah? وَإِنَّهُ لَتَنزِيلُ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. I like to call it that. So this Tanzil has the Quran and Al-Kitab because Allah says so in the Quran. And when he says here, and since the instructions are within the Kitab, which has the Muharramat, and they are 14, and when Allah in this verse says وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَاكَ سَبْعًا مِنَ الْمَثَانِ and the Quran, the سبع المثاني are outside of the Quran. They are in the Kitab. They are not stories, they are instructions.
No, I understand. Look, believe me, I understand that. But the point I'm trying to make to you is the messenger didn't receive two separate revelations, is the point I'm trying to make.
No, he did not. No.
Okay. But the difference with what I'm putting forward is that Fatiha was recited before the Quran.
Yes, it's called Fatihat al-Kitab. It's not Fatihat al-Quran.
So Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen used to be recited before the Quran. In fact, I'll tell it plainly, it used to be recited by the Jews because they expected a messenger. So they used to pray to God for this guidance. They expected this guidance.
I get you. Now here's why I point to the 14 prohibitions, because in the Quran when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks, when we ask Allah guide us as-sirat al-mustaqim, I would like to ask, what is the sirat al-mustaqim?
Sirat al-mustaqim is found in chapter 6 150 to 53.
وَإِنَّ هَذَا صِرَاطِيَ مُسْتَقِيمًا فَاتَّبِعُوهُ, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, that's why I refer to it, because it's basically the main message of the Quran is the straight path, is staying on the straight path, which is having the moral code, which is the 14 prohibitions.
Right.
So that's why I point to it when I say al-ayat al-muhkamat are the prohibitions, and the mutashabihat, when we read them, it doesn't have to say it. If it does the job, then I can assume that that's what they do. They explain.
Ahmed Shoaib has something that I've heard about before as well. I don't know if he wants to jump on and talk about it, but what he's saying is what I've heard before quite a few times as well. Have you Quran yet?
Sorry?
If you read the comments at 1244, do you agree with what he's saying or not?
Trying to.
So he says the wal Quran al-Azim is not for ataf.
What is it for them?
What's he saying? Is for tafsiri? I think he's saying tafsiri is what he wanted to say.
No, it's exactly. I mean, you can't say that. The context is obviously mentioning two things. Sab' al-Mathani are not, and the Quran are two separate things.
So
Otherwise,
Mathani, he's also saying means
no,
pairs.
here this is again when we start to go try to use the Arab tools to try to create an interpretation. That's the mistakes that happen, and then we gotta come up with a lot of interpretations. But if you read the Quran as it is, it says, "And we gave you this and this."
Yeah, there's a good point made by Word, and I agree with him that when it says verses and wisdom, and does not always mean and. Wa can not always, doesn't always have to mean is for use being used for ataf.
That's true.
So I kind of find myself in agreeing to what Ahmad is saying, because that's a view I haven't done much research on, but I find myself agreeing with that, as in those 7 are from the Quran. So the wa is not being used for ataf, as in it's not something outside of it.
I would really say it is something outside of it. Let me tell you why I'd say it's something outside of it in this particular context. Although I understand what Word is saying completely, it's because there is a clear-cut difference between Fatiha and the rest of the Quran that I feel that we cannot ignore. We really cannot ignore it, because starting from An-Nas all the way to Al-Baqarah, it's very clear that those are surahs that are sent down. Those are surahs that are sent down. It's very clear.
I agree with that. They have
However, Fatiha is like the only surah that is just a blatant dua.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? And it's the only surah that doesn't start with like say. Usually when there's a dua, it's in the beginning, it's in the middle of a story, and then we're told the sort of du'as that they made. But Fatiha is just dua straight away.
Yes.
So I feel like that cannot be insignificant.
Again, as I said, it's not Fatihat al-Quran, it's Fatihat al-Kitab. And as a point I want to make is that the Kitab, Moses was given the Kitab, correct?
Yes.
So the Quran is the prophecy to Muhammad. The Quran is the unseen.
Yes.
While the Kitab is the messengership. So yeah, this is the point, and that's why I lean to understand it as the prohibitions.
Well, speaking about the Sirat al-Mustaqim, another point of note with Fatiha is that Fatiha is the only one where you ask Allah, Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim, guide us to the straight path. It's the only one where you are invoking God to guide us to the straight path. Because the rest of the Quran says, this is the straight path.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? That's how you can see it's like a request and a response.
And that's what you aqim as-salat to.
Exactly. So it's a request and a response. I don't see how that could be insignificant.
So do the two of you have the same meaning, understanding for Mathani, Sab'a min al-Mathani, or not? Because I don't understand this yet.
I get what he's saying. I really do. I just think that this Fatiha has to be prominent.
So Quran, AI, do you agree that the Mathani could also mean pair, or not? Or would you go by just often repeated?
No, it's not often repeated.
Would you go with a pair? Doubles. Mathani. Yes, okay. So Sab'a and Min al-Mathani then is not Fatiha at all.
But the problem I have with that, then Fatiha becomes insignificant. That's the problem I have with that. Like nowhere in the Quran does it make that distinction that, you know, Fatiha is different from the Quran. This is the only place that it makes that distinction.
But so Ahmed, think about it. Yeah. Think about it. The straight path, isn't it the prohibitions?
Yes.
Isn't the Quran all about prohibitions? what is. It tells us what to do, what not to do. That's basically the main message of it. And in Al-Fatiha, it's straight dua, and I agree with you. It's not the Quran. It's from the Kitab, but still, the Kitab as a whole, the messenger, the message that was given to the messenger, points towards the prohibitions and tells us to aqim as-salatu and everything.
I understand, but here's the thing. So let's say you got two possibilities. This is what I always do. I always try to apply a process of elimination. So say you got two possibilities. One of them being that it's referring to, as you said, and the other one being that it's referring to put it simplified, it's saying you and we certainly gave you what you asked for in the form of the great Quran. You get it? So the seven often repeated verses are what you asked for, and here's the great Quran. So you made a request, here's the response. That's what 1587.
It makes sense. It makes sense, Ahmed. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So that's one possibility. Now the other possibility is what you're telling me, which, believe me, honest to God, I can't knock it. I can't knock it. The only reason I'm leaning towards the other one is because the other one seems more plausible in this particular situation, but I can't knock it. However, I feel like in your situation, it could have equally said, and we have certainly given you the great Quran, and that alone would include the instructions. It doesn't need to make that distinction right here. It makes that distinction other places. It constantly makes the distinction of Kitab in the Quran in other places. So I don't feel like it needs to in this particular verse.
Can I be cheeky just for a second, because I'm going to go eat lunch while I listen to you guys, but would you agree that this is a mutashabih verse and its interpretation would differ between people? Or would you say there's only one possible meaning of this and that's clear?
Again, we're still
Wait. Let me give you the killer one. Let me give you the killer one. Let me give you the killer one. Since it says, and we certainly gave you, who's the you that is referring to?
Yeah, exactly. It could be the reader reading at the time, no?
No. Let's
being literal.
Let's stick to the facts. Who's the you that it's referring to?
Muhammad.
Exactly. So since it's addressing the messenger, we don't need to be worried about it. And believe it or not, that's actually a fact.
So it's not a Mubin ayah then?
No,
we don't understand? It's there?
It is Mubin. It's addressing the messenger, and therefore it would be Mubin to him.
So why do we have it when it's not relevant for us at all?
Because we learn lessons from all the hadiths. You see, the Quran is about two things. As my brother said here, it's about instructions, and the other one is about hadiths. It's about stories of previous civilizations. Now, people think, oh, when they listen to like about Moses and Solomon, etc., they know that it's basically just stories that you're meant to learn lessons from. However, the same applies with the last prophet. He's also another story that we're meant to learn.
Yes, I agree with you. He's in the Quran, the prophet.
Yeah, he's no different from Moses, all of that.
Now,
all the stories that we learn from.
Now, here's the point. You know, when Allah says, this book guide ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين. Who are the muttaqin? الذين يؤمنون بالغيب, the unseen, which is basically the Quran, the stories and the Jannah and so on, what we have not seen, isn't it? So what we're supposed to do in this case, even in the Prophet Muhammad's case, what happened to him, we believe in it. We don't discuss it. We believe that it happened. How it happened, who was right, it's none of our business. What is his wife's name? It's none of my business. I don't know.
Yeah. So since this verse is directly addressing the messenger, it is clear. It doesn't have to be clear to us. It's clear to him.
Yeah, so you can just stop there. But
no, that's a fact.
Have you guys heard of Farahi? I actually had forgotten all about him, but he did not take that to be something just meant to be there but not understood. So he took that and discovered, in his view, that I haven't yet read, 7 distinct parts of the Quran or 7 distinct themes, and he did combine chapters that he thought talked about a certain thing, and that's how he understood it. I haven't done much work on it. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. I have heard, but I haven't done much work on it personally. But that is also one thing that people have done.
All right, check this out, Moses. Yeah, I hear you. Believe me, I totally hear you. But when I said to you earlier on that the Quran is clear, and I stick to facts, I'm gonna stick to the facts over here right now. Fact of the matter is, tell me if this is not factually the case. Fact of the matter is, this is addressing the messenger himself. Since this is addressing the messenger himself, nobody's interpretation is relevant. Period. Tell me that's not factually the case.
Okay, if I'm gonna be, and this is something I haven't done complete research on. So as I will say, if I didn't say before, I'm a student. I'm learning. I'm not there where I can be completely authoritative where I stand. But there are quite a lot of places where people say alayka, ka is for the Prophet, and I don't think that always should be true. Now I can read this verse if I'm taking it as, ataynaka as me. Walaqad ataynaka, certainly we have given you, and the Quran. So I could, if I wanted to, because ka, again, if you're being literal, does not say the Prophet, it's ka. So God has given me 7 from the Mathani and the Great Quran. Now what is it? I could take it on me.
But
why can't I? It says ataynaka.
Yeah, the you has always referred to the Prophet throughout the Quran.
No, but
no,
when you
can't say that.
in the verse,
Give us
in the verse, it says and say, indeed, I am the clear warner. It definitely is not speaking to me. He's speaking to Muhammad.
What exactly?
Absolutely. So you're not, but I'm not applying it on all of them as a universal rule. I'm saying we've got a universal rule which says every time there's a ka, it only means a prophet. And I'm saying there have been verses where I have pondered and thought, does that ka have to be for the prophet only, or does that apply to me as the reader? As in, is God talking to me, ka, me, right now? And I can go away with that understanding.
There are times that you may find that it could apply to you, but that doesn't change the fact that it's addressing the messenger. So stick to the facts. The facts are it's addressing the messenger. Yeah, I like facts. I don't get it. Am I the only one?
Well, the facts are that if you read that verse as it is, there's no mention of a prophet or a messenger. You are assuming it. I'm not disagreeing with your assumption, but using your rules that you had set up before, where when you talk about language, when I say you, I mean you, the person in front of me. So ka, if we are being literal and not using anything else like brackets, so this is a parenthetical statement in a way what you're saying, Maverick, as in, even though it says ka in brackets, it actually means Muhammad. And I'm saying it doesn't have to be that way, because I can choose to have a meta view and say, do all the verses wherever there's a second person reference, does that always have to be the messenger, or can it be God speaking to men throughout time?
See, there's a difference between saying it can be and it is. See, I gave it to you. You could find many situations in the Quran that could apply to you, or that you may find similar to your circumstances. I accept that, but that's different from saying that it's addressing you. It's addressing the messenger. Like, see, I always tell people, when you're reading the Quran, you got to remember there's the initial audience, and then there is us. We come second. You have to first remember always that it's addressing the initial audience. Go on, Quran, you were saying, bro.
Yes, I was sorry. I was gonna go back to the previous topic. I have a verse here. It's Surah Al-Zumar, verse 23. It says, الله نزل أحسن الحديث كتابا متشابها مثاني تقشعر منه جلود الذين يخشون ربهم ثم تلين جلودهم وقلوبهم إلى ذكر الله. Now Allah says,
the chapter? What's the chapter number, brother?
Al-Zumar 23. Now he says,
39.
Sorry, Ahmed?
Zumar is 39.
Yeah, 39. So it says
Right.
كتابا متشابها مثاني.
Yeah.
It's so the kitab includes the mutashabih, and it's called mathani, doubles.
Yeah. Consistent.
That's why I say it's al-kitab, the prohibitions that Moses had in his time, Jesus had in his time, the Ten Commandments.
Very
And in our case, for the messenger, he got in Surah An-Nisa, we find four added prohibitions that they did not have at the time of Jesus. And that's why it was called Nisa, because Nisa doesn't mean women. It actually means something that will come later. It's the plural of women in Arabic is Niswa. And we can find that in the Quran in Surah Yusuf. وَقَالَ نِسْوَةٌ فِي الْمَدِينَةِ. So Nisa, what is modern? So these four prohibitions, these four instructions were given to Muhammad. They were not given to messengers before him. And that's why.
So
it's
how do you translate الرجال as قوامون على النساء? You don't take them to be women?
الرجال, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran speaks about الرجال, he says وَأَدِّن فِي النَّاسِ بِالْحَجِّ يَأْتُوكَ رِجَالًا. رجالا, look, the late one, the sitting one in Arabic is nasi, and the opposite is rajul. And rajul doesn't mean a male. Rajul means someone who works hard to earn.
So rijal wa rukban. So you're basically telling me what Shahrur says, correct?
I agree. I agree with what he says, though it's not because
These are his views there.
Yeah, it's not because I'm influenced or anything, but I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
because definitely the verse speaks about money, and that indicates to what I'm saying, which is the one who has the money takes the qawama of the house, whether it's a woman or a man.
Yeah, I can see your point, but
same as the verse nisa'ukum harthun lakum, that they abused women using for centuries. Nisa'ukum are what his time is gonna produce for you. What we have now, technology, is harth, maksab, gain for us. We use it however we want. We use what we have now however we want. And Allah says, and wattaqu Allah, and be righteous using what you have, what time produced for you.
yeah, I think you'll have a lot of people disagreeing with you, to be honest.
If they want to, but if they can prove me that the plural of imra'a, woman, is not niswa, then I would agree with them. And then they would have to tell me the plural of nasi, the word nasi.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's asking me a question, I think. Before you can leave, can you confirm you're a Sunni? I am not, I guess. Sorry, keep going, brother.
Yeah, there was a point.
I'm just saying, going back to that verse that we were talking about, it was definitely addressing the messenger.
Yeah, it was. I don't think someone disagrees. No, Moses.
How do you know that for sure? Did you look at the context? Because I haven't.
Yes, yes. We looked at the context. We looked at the context, and it goes on. The verses go and say that I am a clear warner. Is he talking to you, telling you to go to people and tell them I'm a clear warner?
I think so, because this is interesting. Because when I again going back to what I was saying, when I read those verses, you are nothing but a warner. I think this is what Maverick is. This is what you are. This is everybody. So when we read the book, our job, when we read them, and when the word is ka, you, I don't see a problem in having that verse applied to me, because my job is also to be a messenger of, not a capital M, a small m, small messenger, take the book to them, warn them with it, and after that it's between them and God. It's not my problem.
There's the difference.
So I read it two
between
ways.
You can learn from the Quran, but saying that it's addressing you is another thing. The verse is clearly addressing the messenger.
Let's be clear. When it says Ya ayyuhan nabi, that is clearly to the Prophet. There's nobody else. When it says
Not the way it
alayka,
addresses him though.
when it says alayka or anything like that, it's ka. Now you could say
Can you
it's
give me an
always
example-
to the
can you
Prophet.
give- Can you give me an example in the Quran where God speaks and say, "We gave you," or "We brought down to you," or where it addresses anyone aside from the Prophet?
Yeah, and this tanzil and ilayka, for example,
Yes.
this for me as well. Again, this is where I have to do a bit more thinking, to be honest. But my current understanding is that this is something, and we use this word in Arabic, you guys use it right now. As I read and understand, it's being downloaded to me. Even though it's in a collected book, I am absorbing it in a tanzil process, step by step. As my understanding grows, I'm understanding it. So every person who reads the book understands the book at his or her own pace, to the best of their ability, by which they become a warner to others. So you could just go and say this only applies to the Prophet, and I don't think you'd be wrong, because that's absolutely true for the first recipient, which was the messenger, the Prophet, capital P, capital M. But I don't see why it needs to exclude us, because we also are supposed to be the people who use this book, follow the teachings, and warn others when we see them being wrong. Zabur asked a question. So he says, whenever God says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, who is he addressing? Which believers? And this, again, might be controversial, you guys might not like. My understanding of that is people who acknowledge God in the way they imagine God to be. Again, it's an abstract concept. Everybody latches on to a divine being like that in their own particular way, which you and I just can't understand because these are subjective experiences. So whoever those people are who follow God in their own way, who believe in a divine system at play, by whatever name or term they want to come up with, for me, they are the alladhina amanu. So there's been some disagreement, for example, where people have said, oh, are Christians or Muslims or Jews or Hindus or even the atheists, are they alladhina amanu? And I would extend my being a student still understanding to say, if there was a scientist who did not believe in God as in the traditional sense, but throughout his life when he interacted with the laws of physics, and he always saw a pattern there, and he saw a unanimity of phenomenon, and he saw that everything was consistent, and there was something in play that he could not explain through his empiricist tools, that he could not give a name to, but acknowledged it. I would say for me, this would be somebody who is believing, amanu, in a higher power in his own way.
What did I miss?
Ah, you missed all the fun bits, Maverick. It's like, why am I not being challenged? Why is no one cutting me out?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know how from the context of that verse you can conclude that it's addressing you.
Oh, you're talking about the care.
Yeah. Again,
Okay, even Shahrur, I thought, said that. You go.
No, when there's a verse speaking about sending down the book to Muhammad and inna anzalna ilayka, here's an example. Look at the context. It's speaking to the Prophet. I don't see how do you conclude that it can speak to us.
So inna anzalna alayka al-kitab. If I read this as you, what's the problem?
Yes, it
Did not God?
specifies. عليك. Look, it specifies.
Yeah, but did not God send you the book? Is He not doing a nazala as you read the book? And you are going up tanzil in stages. Aren't you going up in stages every time you read the book and think about it and ponder about it?
Bro, I gave you that there are times that it could apply to you, but when you read the context, it's quite clear. It's referring to the messenger in this case. Like the context, look, like especially the verse after, do not extend your, hold on, let me go to, do not be jealous of what we have bestowed upon the other, and do not be saddened, and lower your wings for the believers, and proclaim, I am the manifest warner. How's that not talking to the messenger?
It's obviously talking to the messenger, and this always applies to the messenger because he's the first recipient. My argument was, in my understanding, there are certain times where you can have that understanding that it also refers to you, because you
Certain
are
times,
also
yes, we agree on that.
yeah, certain times.
Certain
Yeah, okay,
times.
well that's it then. Yeah.
Cool, but in this particular verse, that's not one of those times.
As I said, I'll have to do a bit more research because I haven't gathered my thoughts on it
I agree with
in
you
a
on
comprehensive
that.
manner.
There are certain times where it could apply to us. Absolutely, I agree with you. But you just have to read the context in it. This is the thing. Literally, if everyone would just read the context, it's all clear. But I don't know why we are struggling with particular words.
Ahmed, you're not talking to me yet about Hajj, brother.
Oh, Hajj, no problem. All right, let's go there.
I'm just going to be.
You do understand, and I'm convinced of the fact that Hajj means debate.
Well, rather than dwell on a particular word, the Quran makes it much easier. This is why I say all we need to do is read context. So if we go to, for example, 22, 26.
Can you tell me by the names of the surahs, please?
Hajj, Surah Hajj. Surah Hajj, verse 26. Funny that we're discussing Hajj, we go to Hajj.
Yeah, definitely. 26. I got it. 26.
All right. So we appointed Abraham. Let me go to the word for word. And when we appointed Abraham the place of Al-Bayt, that do not associate with me anything, and purify Bayti for those who gather around, circulate, and those who stand. And warruku sujud. People usually People usually translate this as bow and bow and prostrate, but the word and is not there. So we just have ruku sujud. Yeah. So, and then we go to the next verse. And proclaim to the people that they shall observe the Hajj. Here's the key point. Listen to this. And proclaim to the people, number one, it's not to the Muslims. Proclaim to the people.
To the people, I agree with you.
Not to the Muslims. Remember, bear that in mind. And number two, it says, they shall come to, proclaim to the people that they shall observe the Hajj. They will come to you. So who's the you here? They will come to you. So the you here would be Abraham, right?
Yeah.
They will come to you walking or riding and various transportation. They will come from the furthest locations. Okay? So now we know that they will come to Abraham, that's the Hajj, and they will come from, all kinds of locations.
Yeah.
That they may seek benefits, and that they shall commemorate God's name during the specified days for providing them with livestock, eat therefrom, and feed the despondent and the poor. So we have two things here. They may seek benefits, and that they shall commemorate God's name during the specified days for providing them with livestock, eat therefrom, and feed the despondent and the poor. So there are two things that they're doing here. The next verse. They shall complete their obligations and fulfill their vows and visit the ancient bait.
Yes.
So the point here, before I move on, that I want you guys to remember is fulfill their vows. Remember that part, yeah? They are to
Mhm.
fulfill their vows. And then the next verse tells us what the vows are. Those who reverence the sanctions decreed by God have deserved a good reward with their Lord. All livestock is made lawful for your food, except for those specifically prohibited for you. You shall avoid the abomination of idol worship and avoid bearing false witness. You shall maintain your devotion absolutely to God alone. Anyone who sets up any idol besides God is like one who fell from the sky, then gets snatched up by vultures or blown away by the wind in a deep ravine. Indeed, those who reverence the sanctions decreed by God demonstrate the righteousness of their hearts. The livestock provide you with many benefits for a period before being quote unquote donated to the ancient bait. So let me just stop it there. So the question is very simple. Did they perform the Hajj?
No, it says like tell them.
Yeah. So when it says tell the people to observe the Hajj, they will come to you from various locations, etc. So when they came to him, the Prophet obviously fed him, but what else did he do? Besides feeding them, what else did they do? Remember, they were to fulfill their vows and
Yes.
they were given a few lessons, i.e., those who reverence the sanctions decreed by God have deserved a good reward with their Lord. And then they're given a few laws. All livestock is made lawful for your food, except for those specifically prohibited for you. You shall avoid the abomination of idol worship and avoid bearing false witness. So, is Abraham teaching them something here?
Yes.
Okay. So the question is very simple. Did they do the Hajj, or does the Hajj involve, as per Abraham's example, feeding the people that came to him and also teaching them about the Deen?
And the question here, did they do that?
That's what it says. That's what it literally says. They shall complete their obligation and fulfill their vows and visit the ancient bait. Those who reverence the sanction decreed by God have deserved a good reward with their Lord. All livestock is made lawful for your food, except for those specifically prohibited for you. You shall avoid the abomination of idol worship and avoid bearing false witness. Those are lessons, aren't they?
They are.
They are, right?
Yes, right.
So is Abraham giving those lessons?
Yes, he fed them and then he taught them.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
What?
You there, brother?
Yeah, brother. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think it's probably has had to shoot off somewhere. Because it looks like the stream is still going.
Yeah, the screen is still going, but something happened.
Interesting. I've only got 5 minutes before I have to go away as well, so hopefully he comes back by then.
Yeah. Hopefully it's all good.
hmm Was there anybody else who's still listening, wanted to ask anything, wanted us to talk about anything before we go? Or I don't know how many are watching, listening.
I don't think it's live anymore. Oh, it is.
No, it is live. It is. Ah, okay. I can see X responding from the comments, but not online. How am I so calm? Ah, okay. I can see X responding from the comments, but not online. I guess. Okay, I'm hearing myself echo from you, Quran. I think you probably got YouTube running in the background.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes, if you turn that off, yeah. I
Get
I guess I'll just, while we wait for Maverick, I'll respond to Zabur. Well, from my perspective, being in academia and having done a bit of work in front of people and all that sort of stuff, you hear all sorts of things, and you just have no choice but to grow thick skin. Because well, you get nothing when you get emotional. That's my view. What do you think, AI?
No, I agree.
Okay, so I guess what's your view while we wait for Maverick? What's your view? Do you really think that the mutashabihat, or there are no verses of the Quran where people can have different understandings from? Or do you think people will always ever get one meaning from all the verses of the Quran?
Again, the word mutashabihat means verses that we'd say look like each other. So it doesn't by any way like tell us that it's difficult or ambiguous. Especially, I mean, making this claim after reading the verses where Allah says وَإِنَّهُ لَقُرْآنٌ مُبِينٌ and verses like this, they are a little bit of bold statements, don't you think?
They're
Yes,
very
the
bold
Quran is
statements,
against
yeah.
the Quran is against the idea of this Quran is difficult and it requires, I don't know, tools and all of that.
Mm.
And we always miss on the point where God speaks and tells us to use our mind. Actually, we do the work, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, I've actually got to go for my meeting as well. If this is still going, I might come back. Otherwise, good speaking to you. And if Maverick is listening, okay. Well, I'll maybe wait for Maverick to come back, just so I've got there. I'm there for the next 3 minutes to give you company, AI.
Right.
Otherwise, you'll be the only one staying here. So what's your background?
How I was raised and all of that.
Yeah, how did you come into? What's your current view? How did you come into it? Why? All that sort of stuff.
Basically, I grew up as in a Sunni family. I mean, not very practicing, but Sunnis. And I memorized the Quran. I was 13, and then went on and studied the Sharia and stuff, you know, then fiqh and all of that. But as growing up and reading the Quran and dealing with it, because it's like a culture. You memorize the Quran and you need to keep it in your mind and not lose it. So by doing that so many times, coming across verses where they make clear to you that nothing is above these words, nothing is above the book itself. and
Mm.
basically tells you that it encourages you to go through it and understand it and take it as it is.
So you found yourself forced by reading them over and over to start doing some thinking on your own, basically.
No, it's just the fact, like, growing up, when I was trying to keep it in mind, when we kind of practiced, we go over it and, like, over and over. So I like the Hafaz do. So when we were reading it, we were just reading it for the purpose of keeping it in mind without thinking of it. Like, we would go over it without looking. Like, if you take into consideration being young and not having much interest, but it comes out handy, you know. If the Quran is the book of God, this was my question. If the Quran was the book of God, I mean, the first thing is, why would He give us the book if we're just gonna put it on the shelf, you know, and wait for it to get dusty? What's the purpose of it? And then
Absolutely.
when you try and dig that, you find interesting statements like the Quran speaking about the Prophet, complaining to Allah, telling him, not complaining, but telling him, "Oh my Lord, my people have deserted the Quran."
It is a complaint, to be honest.
Yeah, so I don't wanna like sound like disrespecting or anything.
Oh, well, this is being factual to what the sense is, which is, you know, when he's being questioned, he says, my people left this book.
Yeah, that's a clear statement. So I would say that's a complaint.
Yeah, I have to go now. I really got a meeting, but hopefully, if you guys are still there, might catch you again. Good speaking to you. Hopefully, you'll stick around until Maverick comes back.
All right.
All right. Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. I guess everyone left. I'm the only one on the line. Brother Zabur, in which sense tell you about the Quran? Still on the search, not pretty sure on it. But Siyam is to attain taqwa. أياما معدودات لعلكم تتقون. And when we cross-reference لعلكم تتقون and we try to get what causes us to be righteous, it always refers to Allah's words and sticking up to it and adhering to Allah's words. So you might attain taqwa. I'm on the side where Siyam is related to the Quran somehow, but I'm not pretty sure to give an answer. Come on, man, I want you to come back so we can talk more about Hajj and Siyam too, because I don't have much on it. Yeah, it's also a topic we want to talk about it. We'll wait for X to come back.